Okay, it being 11:30 a.m. and a quorum of members present in person or online, I am calling the first meeting of the Minnesota Supervised Release Board to order. Good morning and welcome to those present with us in the room and those watching these proceedings online. My name is Paul Schnell, and I serve as the Commissioner of the Minnesota Department of Corrections. By virtue of that role, I have the statutorily directed to serve as the chair of the Supervised Release Board. Before we get into the agenda, I'd like to provide some background information about the Supervised Release Board, or what I will refer to periodically as the SRB. This is the very first meeting of the SRB, which I mentioned, which became an official body on July 1st of 2024. Prior to July 1st, and since the early 70s, with the implementation of sentencing guidelines in Minnesota, the responsibility for determining whether or not those serving life sentences would be granted parole fell to the Commissioner of Corrections. For purposes of this discussion, and in general terms, we will use the terms parole and supervised release interchangeably. So over the past many decades, the sitting Commissioner of Corrections presided over and had sole decision-making responsibility for denying or granting parole to those serving life sentences in our state. The Commissioner was aided in the decision-making process by an advisory panel of Department of Corrections staff that included the Deputy Commissioners and the Warden of the facility housing the subject of parole consideration and the Executive Officer of the DOC's Hearings and Release Unit. Over the decades, parole releases varied greatly, but in the last few decades, as correctional research and risk assessment tool use became more prominent, the number of parole releases have increased. As the person responsible for reviewing cases and making decisions for the past 5.5 years, I can tell you that these are not easy decisions. For the parole decision maker or makers, there is statutory guidance on the factors that must be taken into account in the decision-making process, and I'll speak to those in a few minutes. In 2019, when I came into this role as a new commissioner, serving under a new governor, I was somewhat surprised to learn how these critically important decisions were being made. The parole hearings were conversations between the commissioner and advisory panel members, with first the victim's surviving family members, followed by a separate meeting with the person eligible for parole consideration. And all of these meetings were private. During a 2019 conversation I had with Governor Walz and Lieutenant Governor Flanagan, the governor raised the possibility of seeking legislative approval to create a life or indeterminate sentence release board. The governor and lieutenant governor felt that having a board operating in public to review these cases would provide an important level of public transparency. It was also the governor's belief that the board should be constructed under a shared governance model to reduce the potential of politicizing these important correctional decisions. Following that meeting, the team began the process of drafting a legislative proposal that we advanced in 2019, and which ultimately served as the basic framework for what was finally passed during the 2023 legislative session. In Minnesota, when case facts warrant, courts can impose a life sentence without the possibility of parole or supervised release. Right now, there are 171 people serving life sentences without the possibility of parole in our state, and 552 people serving life sentences with the possibility of parole. Since 1989, a life sentence in Minnesota required the service of a mandatory minimum term of confinement of 30 years in DOC custody, followed by a period of community supervision extending up to the end of the person's natural life. It should be noted that prior to 1989, a life sentence in Minnesota required the individual to serve a minimum term of 17 years of incarceration before being eligible for possible parole release. Though these sentences require the service of a minimum term of incarceration, the fact that they are indeterminate sentences means that release is not predetermined, or that the release is a decision of a parole authority, which, as I said, was previously the commissioner and now rests with the Supervised Release Board. In 2005, the Minnesota legislature established a life sentence for certain repeat sexual offenses. These sentences have very mandatory minimum terms of incarceration before the board may authorize a potential release. In 2012, the United States Supreme Court determined that imposition of a life sentence without the possibility of parole by a juvenile was unconstitutional. The court recognized brain development science in establishing that juveniles and adults be treated different in sentencing. At that time, Minnesota had a small number of juveniles who were certified as adults serving life sentences without the possibility of parole. In all those cases, the cases were referred back to the court of jurisdiction for resentencing, and in most cases, those cases were resentenced to life with the possibility of parole. Adding to the complexity, during the 2023 legislative session, a new law was passed by the legislature which took into account this brain development science and made dramatic changes to cases of juveniles certified as adults receiving sentences of 15 years or more, including those serving life sentences with the possibility of parole. Under the new law, these youth certified as adults would be eligible for early release consideration. The new law also provided the supervised release board with the authority, under certain conditions, to collapse court-imposed consecutive sentences. Consecutive sentences are those that must be done one at a time, one after fulfillment of another. This is in contrast to concurrent sentencing, in which a person could, for instance, serve two 15-year sentences that are being served at the same time or concurrently. In cases where juveniles were certified as an adult, the legislature added 2 additional members of the supervised release board. Instead of the 5 regular members of the SRB, 2 additional members with a background in youth development or psychology were added to the board for decision-making purposes. As mentioned, the board is made up of 5 regular members, which includes the Commissioner of Corrections. The regular members and the members who qualified by virtue of their background in youth development or psychology were selected from a slate of applicants that were in part presented to the governor by Minnesota House and Senate majority and minority leadership. Minnesota is fortunate to have people come forward to serve as members of the Supervised Release Board. And I'll provide a brief introduction for background, but before we begin to hear cases, I will ask each board member to just give a brief introduction of themselves. Recommended for appointment by the House Minority Leader Lisa DeMuth was Board Member Cheryl Ramstad. Speaker of the House Melissa Hortman had recommended the appointment of Board Member Chris Bray. Senate Minority Leader Mark Johnson recommended Board Member Andrew Larson. And Senate Majority Leader Aaron Murphy recommended Youth Development Member Don Strufert. Direct appointments made by the governor included Youth Development Member Jody Nelson and Board Member Raina Alexander. As I've said earlier, this work is not easy. As someone who's done it for the past 5.5 years, I can tell you that these decisions made by this body will almost always leave someone feeling disappointed. I would say that questions asked during the hearing itself reflect a portion of the information that goes into the decision-making process. Board members are provided with a broad range of information and reports to review before each meeting. This may include medical, mental health, education, substance use disorder, and other types of treatment records, along with comprehensive psychological evaluation information and a community investigation report. For your knowledge, there are 12 legislatively designated factors that board members must consider when making parole or supervised release decisions. That includes a community investigation report, which is completed by a probation officer in the jurisdiction of record, a comprehensive development report assessing cognitive, emotional, and social maturity for those persons who were juveniles at the time of the commission of their offense and were certified as adults. A victim's statement, if submitted, the statement of a prosecutor, if that is submitted, the risk an inmate poses to the community if they were to be released, the inmate's progress in treatment, if applicable, the inmate's behavior while incarcerated, psychological and other diagnostic evaluations, information on the inmate's rehabilitation while incarcerated, the inmate's criminal history, And if the inmate was under 18 at the time of the commission of the offense, the relative science on neurological development of juveniles and information on the person's maturity and development while incarcerated. And finally, any other relevant conduct of the inmate while incarcerated or before incarceration. While these factors must be considered in the decision made by each board member, the legislature did not provide direction about how members should weigh these various factors. Supervised release or parole decisions by this board are made by a majority vote of the member or a quorum of the members. If the case is being considered as a juvenile certified as an adult, at least one of the two members with the required background must be present and voting in that case. In the event of a tie vote of the members, the outcome of the tie vote will be based upon the vote of the commissioner or chair of the SRB. Before I turn to the members to introduce themselves, I feel compelled to provide some level of warning to anyone listening to this proceeding. While Minnesota law provides the opportunity for release from court-imposed indeterminate sentences, early release is not presumed. In almost every case, the matters coming before this body are the result of convictions for violent criminal offenses. There may be times during these meetings when I or other members ask a very specific or detailed question about the offense behavior, what happened following the offense, or during the court process. For some people, these questions may become triggering, given the violent nature of the offense or the very detailed or specific question being asked. For the understanding of those watching, there are a number of reasons such questions might be asked of those being considered for parole. These kinds of questions may help members gain insight into the individual's understanding of the crime and their level of insight or empathy that they have gained since the commission of their crime and during the term of their incarceration. And though less common, there may be also times when a board member asks the question that came about as a result of victim impact or input. For those in the public who may wonder, victims do have a specific statutory role in this process. By law, victims may provide the board with written input. They may elect to meet in private with the board, or they may choose to provide direct input in this forum. With that, I will turn to my fellow board members and ask that each of you provide just a brief introduction and any comments you'd like to offer as we kick off Minnesota's new Supervised Release Board. The introductions provided by the members will also serve as our official roll call of the members. With that, I would turn first to Board Member Raina Alexander.
Hi, I'm Raina Alexander. I have been working in domestic and sexual violence for 27 years, and I'm also an attorney who has been working with domestic and sexual violence for 19 of those 27 years. And I came to the Supervised Release Board as assuming as the attorney requirement and as the from the victim side.
Thank you so much and welcome. Board Member Chris Bray.
Hi, my name is Chris Bray. I'm on the board. As you can see, I do have a background in the lifer reviews from a previous position here at the DOC.
Thank you. Welcome. Andrew Larson, Board Member Andrew Larson.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Andrew Larson. I currently serve as the Executive Director for Tri-County Community Corrections, which is a joint powers organization in Northwest Minnesota. I have 25 years of correctional experience ranging from working as a corrections officer, probation agent, jail administrator, and now in my current role as the Executive Director. I was asked to apply for board by Senator Johnson's office, and I'm looking forward to working with the other board members to work through this process. Thank you.
Thank you and welcome. I would turn now to one of our two juvenile, our youth specialists, Jody Nelson.
Sure, thanks, Paul. Hi, Jody Nelson. I am a licensed marriage and family therapist, a mental health professional. I've spent 45 years of my career in the Twin Cities, focused on serving young people at high risk for school and community failure, both through developing and running alternative schools and creating mental health supports for those young people and their families. And I'm glad to be here.
Thank you. I would turn to board member Cheryl Ramstead.
Good morning. I am on the Supervised Release Board. I've served in a variety of public service roles as a federal prosecutor, public defender, state court judge for 14 years, and as Commissioner of Corrections. So that's my background.
Thank you and welcome. And finally, last but certainly not least, board member Don Strufert, also one of the persons with a juvenile background.
Thank you. I'm Don Strufert. I'm the father of a murdered daughter, which is sort of helped me be interested in this topic. I've worked as a chaplain in a local correctional facility and as a psychologist emeritus, previous experience in a number of fields of psychology over my career. Thank you.
Thank you and welcome, and thanks to all the board members. Thank you for your willingness to serve. Having completed the roll call, let the record reflect that we do have a quorum of the Supervised Release Board with 5 of 7 members present in person, and board members Alexander and Larson are attending virtually. I also want to take a moment to introduce staff who are instrumental to the process. With me here is Rebecca Holmes Larson, who serves as the DOC's Executive Officer of Hearings and Release. Online in the background is Aubrey Seckelberg, who also works in hearing and release and has played an instrumental role in organizing the hearing schedule and putting together prep materials for board members. Also behind the scenes, we have an amazing group of staff in our Victim Services and Restorative Justice Unit who provides supportive services to victim survivors and restorative justice programming for incarcerated persons. If anyone attending today's hearing would like to consult with Victim Services staff, please check in with any DOC staff here who will help make that connection. We'll now begin the review of individual cases. We will begin the call on cases based on the public agenda. Ms. Holmes Larson will introduce each case when we've connected with a respective facility, which we are online with the first one. Ms. Holmes Larson will is also a resource to board members with technical questions during the proceeding. Once again, for the next 3 cases, the decision will require a quorum of 5 regular board members present. And with that, I would turn it over to Ms. Holmes Larson.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Rebecca Holmes Larson, Executive Officer of Hearings and Release. We are here today to review Mr. Nico Redding, who is present on video from the Minnesota Correctional Facility in Stillwater. Here with me at the Minnesota Department of Corrections and Central Office is our Commissioner, the Chair of the Supervised Release Board, along with all our board members, including 2 of which are participating via video today, Member Andrew Larson and Member Raina Alexander. Present are the rest of the members who have also introduced themselves who are participating in this voting quorum today. Member Cheryl Ramstead Voss and Member Christine Bray. We also have members of the public and others in our room here at Central Office. There is also a facility member present with Mr. Redding to assist with equipment. I'm not sure, Mr. Redding, if it's your caseworker, Michael Rickers.
That's Michael Richards, right?
Thank you very much. Our records indicate that on 12/12 of '85, Nico, aka James Redding, and an accomplice during the course of an armed robbery at the U-Haul dealership in Minneapolis, Minnesota, with the use of a firearm, caused the death of a 22-year-old male clerk. On February 18th of 1987, Mr. Redding was sentenced to life imprisonment in Hennepin County District Court after having been found guilty of the offense of first-degree murder. Mr. Redding was previously reviewed by a commissioner and advisory panel on 5 prior dates. His initial review was held December of 1999, and subsequently on October 2004, October 2009, June 2016, and July of 2019. At his review in 2019, Mr. Redding was continued for 5 years and allowed the opportunity to request an earlier review conditioned on completing his directives. He did not request an early review. Mr. Review chose not to participate in his last 2 prior reviews. However, he has chosen to participate today. Today's review represents his 6th review after serving approximately 39 years of incarceration. His minimum parole eligibility date on his life sentence occurred on December 18th of 2002. Thank you. I turn this matter over to the board. Commissioner?
Good afternoon. Well, still morning. Good morning, Mr. Redding. How are you today?
I'm doing pretty good.
Okay. I'd like to start off by asking you to tell the board what it is you'd like to see happen as a result of today's meeting. What would be the best outcome in your view?
Sir, I have a hearing problem. If it's possible, you could raise the volume, and I can answer you.
Yeah, we could try to do that the facility side as well. If on the facility side they could increase the volume there.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. So just like to start out, what would you like to see happen as a result of today's meeting? What would be the best outcome in your view?
Okay. The best outcome, in my view, of this hearing, obviously, would be me being released. I have to admit that I feel kind of uncomfortable as much as I want to be released. At the present time, I don't have no resources really readily available for me for when I get out. So in recognition of that, that's my only hesitation. But outside of that, I would be looking for my immediate release if it was possible.
Okay, so you would say that you would need services and places to go, those sorts of things. Do you feel that you have changed since the course of your offense and your back in 1987?
Oh, yes, sir, definitely.
Can you talk about what changes you've made?
I'll be glad to. Start now?
Yes.
Okay, so, when I first came in, I was saying, whatever, got a life sentence. So back then, they said if you get a life sentence, you never get out. You know, everybody feel that they weren't getting out. So I said, well, I'm going to just lay back, first of all, try to see what is possible, what's not possible. Is there anything I can do to make my environment better or make my stay in this hellhole better? After the first 3.5 years, I started noticing that the Department of Corrections were coming with these vocational programming things. It was they had an assorted variety. They start coming up with this. You can get basic electronics training, computer refurbishing, computers. You can help fix old computers or repair them and learn this trade. And this is a popular trade. So I'm looking at that and I got interested in it. I was never really that good at math, but I found out that I was pretty good at putting things together and fixing computers. And I knew one thing about computers is they're popular and they'll never go out of style. So if I learn a trade in that could help me. And then I knew I have a way to have some support if I ever get out of prison. And I can present that to a board and maybe they would let me get out and I can use that skill. So I got into computer programming. But they had a lot of other ones too. They had fiber optics, broadband communication system. They had welding, different types of welding, different forms of welding. They had carpentry. They had upholstery shops. They had all kinds of programs. They just came out all of a sudden. They just busted up with a lot of programs. I got excited. So back then I was still real young and everything. And so I started getting into programs after the first 3 years of what I call soaking. The shock of getting a life sentence took me a few years to get over that. I think everybody goes through that get a life sentence. So after that first 3 years, I started paying attention to them programs. The programs I didn't like that much was like behavior modification programs. But then the fact that I didn't like them programs was based on my ignorance of the kind of things that kind of programming can help you in. I just didn't. I didn't see it then. So meanwhile, I became a tutor, and I worked in the kitchen for a while, and then I got into the computer refurbishing, repair and refurbishing for a few years. Then I got into metal fabrication and alteration fabrication of metals. I got in that for about 5 or 6 years. Then I got into, that's when I got into the computer fiber optics communication systems. Then I got into about 4 behavior modification programs. They told me to get into, they requested 2 at my first hearing, but I got into 4 of them before they came down the first time to see me. I completed those. Every class that I participated in, I succeeded in and I passed it. So after years of that, I started looking at myself in a way of saying, I can do a lot of stuff I didn't know I could do. And I think part of me not doing that stuff is I never thought I could do it. But I didn't say that out loud. But in here, you probably can't do that. You probably can't do this. But I found out everything I got into, I succeeded. Everything. So I'm like, wait a minute. Let me get into some more stuff. So I got into other programs. I can't even remember them all, but they're all on record, I believe.
Yes.
And the more programs I got into, the more confidence I got. Then I said, I was so determined to show that I didn't commit my crime that I almost let that overshadow all the programming I was doing. I kind of started paying more attention to fighting my case. So I went to the state court, state appellate court, state Supreme Court, federal district court, and then I just burnt out the energy. I couldn't keep that much energy going and participating in all the programs. So I ultimately chose the programs. For 10 years, I believe, I'm not exact, but from 1994-ish or something like that, all the way till 2000, I was doing some kind of program, psychological behavior modification programs, aid to victims programs, critical thinking programs, and different versions of those same programs came out, and I did a lot of those too. But I knew I had to get some trades or vocational stuff in there. That had to be in there because that part is dealing with you walking out of the penitentiary. Now what? What can you do? What can you do to make money, to get you someplace to stay, to be independent to a reasonable level, and to not get back in trouble? Learn not only a skill, but I got to learn a skill that's popular with society so I can almost ensure being employed. So that's why I went to all the skills that I thought, like computers and the broadband communication system with fiber laser optics and metal. These things I think to be around all the time. So that's why I put on my focus at. And I did that. Suddenly, a few years, about 8 years later, 5 years later, I started getting little ailment here, a pain in my knee, pain in my spine. I'm like, but but I was still young, so I was still trying to exercise and run around and everything. Things started getting worse. My sight started going, my hearing started going. I'm like, what's going on? Kept going. I think I completed at least 10 to 14 programs before all these illnesses and stuff like that got to me. We're at a point where I couldn't function normally, when in the realm of saying, I can get up, go to work, come back, make plans. Now I got to get up, try to see how I'm feeling, because certain days I feel like I'm going to have uncontrolled bowel movements, or in route to class and from class, I had uncontrolled bowel movements or urinary movements, or my spine just messing with me, or so I'm just happening to run into the officer's booth to use the washroom. When stuff like that started happening, I said, I ain't gonna be able to complete all these programs. But I grit my teeth and went to one more program. It was in 2004, I believe. It was in what was it at? Lionel Lakes, about 2003-ish. And I went to a program, a Rafiki program. I just got through completing the broadband laser optic program. So I said, try one more program. I almost didn't complete that Rafiki program because the ailments were so bad. I had to have guys to bring me to the class, take me from the class to get me to the washroom before I saw myself. And I just got too embarrassed. But I finished it. I finished it barely, but I did it.
Okay.
So I still remain with that record of I completed everything I started. I passed.
So
If I do that in here, I can do it out there.
Yeah. So over the last several years, there's been some, when you were seeing, there were some directives of things that, for you to engage in things like restorative justice or those sorts of things. And it does not appear that those things really happened. And I think there was just a general kind of request that you would engage in more programming. I know COVID certainly happened in the meantime, but what else happened that just, was it just the illness that caused you to disengage?
Mostly the illness because of the embarrassment, the illness itself. But I mean, in the unit, at least maybe roughly more than 14 times, I saw myself out on the flag, coming either the urinary or the other thing. My activities got limited to where what I would do that day or where I would go that day was totally dependent on how I was feeling as far as my health would allow me to do. So I never went too far from the cell, never too far from a toilet, things that most people don't even think about, when you're normal. I never went too far from a cell, never too far from a toilet. I went in the areas where I could kind of make it before, but then I started getting some meds that helped delay it and giving me like a 4 and 5 minute grace period where I could try to get somewhere to prevent sort of myself or my spine giving out on me and falling on the flag and falling downstairs and I can't see right and my hearings are going. So I'm getting treatment for all that now.
Good.
I've been on medical idle for over 20 something years.
Okay.
So in the Department of Corrections, I've been examined, diagnosed, prognosed by over 20 something doctors.
Sure.
All these things. And those things, the worse I got, the sicker I got, the less programming I was doing.
Right. Okay. So let me ask this question. Talk to me a little bit about your insight or what your thoughts around your commitment offense, your crime, and in your regard or your thoughts around the harm that was caused as a result of that crime.
About the harm, what?
About your crime, for a crime for which you're in prison.
Okay, you want me to run that down?
Just to talk a little bit about what insights you gained into how that came about when this was committed.
Or how the crime came about in the first place, what acts I did? Well,
yeah.
Okay, Well, first of all, the basic reason I can think of at this time is why the crime was committed was because of the way I was actually thinking at the time. I think my impressions on the way I was thinking at that time, they got a term for that called criminal thinking. In fact, I took that class too, twice. But criminal thinking. You think about you want something and it takes money to get it. How are you going to get it? Back then, the thoughts were, you do this and you get the money. And that's it. So what is a crime? That's irrelevant. It's just, you do it and get the money. That's the way it was at first. Later, I come to find out, wait a minute. Now I say, wait a minute, you got to do a crime. You got to risk hurting somebody or risk hurting yourself. So this is later on, maybe I better jump back to where it was at first. I was more criminal-minded back then. I just, like most of the guys was in them kind of neighborhoods I was living in. They didn't finish school. They didn't really get involved in nothing other than criminal activities. One thing that I didn't do is I wasn't the kind of person to get high. I never really didn't get high or use drugs. That was not a thing with me. It's just, it ain't nothing that I consciously decided not to do. It was just something I just didn't do. So I didn't do that, but I was doing criminal activity. And my theory is when you keep doing stuff like that, it starts small. Oh, that wasn't so bad. You didn't so and so. It's like a form of just self-justification, false justification. But over the years, that gets worse. You get more accustomed to doing it, then you stop questioning yourself about it. You may stop feeling bad about it or stop feeling guilty about it. As you gradually keep doing more, you desensitize more. I learned this later. When I'm telling you now, I learned this later in here. And you desensitize more. So now, when you get ready to do a crime, you don't even stall no more. You don't even have any precaution no more. You just do the crime and you think about what you want, and that's it. That's what I was doing there.
So you went to commit a robbery though, right?
Right.
And then your victim was shot during the course of that robbery.
Okay, I'll talk about that. Okay. It was in December, probably around the 19th or something like that. Around fellow criminal doing people, that's where I was around. And they had been talking about making some money before Christmas, 2 months before the crime even happened. So that was one of the conversations that was always on the table whenever we got together, either one guy's house or at another guy's house. So when they finally decided to do a crime, they didn't have a specific place in mind until 3 or 4 days before the robbery actually happened. Here's what went down. They said, well, let's rob this place. It shouldn't be hard to do. You can get in, you can get out. I said, man, I don't know about that, man. Well, why not? Well, I got some plans I had with my niece. I had 2 little nieces back then. They was this tall back then. And I said, I got some plans with them in Christmas, so I'm really going to be kind of busy. Oh, man, we can do this right quick, man. We just go and get this little bit of money. You know, be right there. I said, let me think about it. I went with my sister. I left there and went to my sister's house and went grocery shopping with her. From the grocery shopping, we went downtown. We was looking at bows, arrows, and pistols. And we was there for about an hour and a half or so. And then I came back home. When we came back, I can't drive. My sister's driving. So when we got back home, I found out 2 days later that crime was committed. But when I already knew who had did it, I didn't know exactly the person, but I knew there was a group of people that did it. Certain people did just certain kinds of crimes in my area. When they said it was a robbery, I said, oh, I know who probably did that one. I didn't know anything about it. So the same route I take every day going to and from my sister's house, it's the same route I took every day. I took the route to my sister's house on this day, and I did a crime, and I stopped and waved at one of the people that was in the store, the U-Haul store. That's the place that was robbed when the person got killed at. Stopped, waved, somebody waved, and I kept walking. About an hour and a half later, I hear a lot of police activities, sirens and stuff, and they blocked off like a big area, like a 2-block area. And people that was in was locked in, and people that was out couldn't get in. So we like, wow. And they just came looking for everybody. So they kept looking at houses and searching, running around. Somebody got robbed. No, somebody got killed and robbed. Wow, okay. So I said, man. So I went home, but I stopped off at my sister's house, checked on her daughter, and I went home. About 2 days later, a day and a half, 2 days later, a lady named Lisa, what's her name? Lisa, I'm trying to think of her name, Lisa Gary. She said, hey, your friend and your other buddy robbed that dude. And I said, yeah. And she said, well, one of them killed him. I think Jesse killed him because he brought a gun over here. And she said it was the same Magnum, it was the same kind of caliber that the guy got shot with. And Jesse said that he didn't do the killing, that the co-accomplice, Kerry Turner, did it accidentally.
Mr. Redding, could I just, one of the things I just want to intervene because I don't want to get into, the board does not, I appreciate this, but I want to just be clear. The board does not have any ability to re-adjudicate this case.
Okay.
So the details of that stuff really are issues that are, more appropriately handled through the appellate process, not here.
Okay.
The role of the board really is focused on readiness for parole. But just to be clear, your position is that you have an innocence claim here, and therefore you were not involved. That's your position.
Yes, I did not shoot the victim.
Okay.
I had no gun. I did not shoot him. I wasn't present.
Okay. All right. I would open it up to other members who may have questions. Go ahead.
I have a question. Excuse me. Chris Bray, I'm curious, how are you you would like to get out. You have no resources. What are you thinking? How are you going to do that?
Well, the courses and all the vocational training and the courses that I took, I was depending on that for when I got released. I was assuming I was going to get released. But after 30 years, I saw they weren't going to release me. I just walked away. And so I stopped programming because they said they weren't going to let me go unless I said I had remorse. So I said, well, I don't have no problem saying that I'm definitely sorry and sympathetic and empathetic for everything that happened. But a public defender had told me that remorse means you're sorry for something that you did. And I said, well, I have sympathy, empathy, and all of that. And I say, and I don't like the fact that everybody's looking at me saying I did that. And I didn't shoot that man. I didn't shoot him. I didn't go in the store to shoot him. And so I couldn't say I had remorse because remorse means you're saying you're sorry for something you did. I have empathy, sympathy for the family and for them. And believe me, if I'd have did that, I wouldn't have been walking past that store every day waving in there at the people.
Yeah, I understand that's your position. I'm really asking about how are you going to support yourself in the community? You don't have resources, you don't have support people, you don't have visitors. And so I'm just curious what your plan is for survival in the community.
Well, the sole source that I have that I can think of right now is from the commissioners, the amicus Rafiki programming. They put me in a class for 14 weeks. And as a result of passing that class, they would provide me resources, housing, clothing, and help me even get a job upon my release. So I had been contacting them off and on periodically through the years. And then I stopped about maybe 8 years ago, but I still had their information. And that was the reason I went to that class, because they have all kind of resources available, including housing and employment and everything for me. And upon the condition that I'm released, they would be my support system. And they were designed for that very purpose, according to them. And that's what I have here. I mean, you can't see it, but I have a document, a Rafiki program. I'm going to read it. The Amicus Rafiki Pre-Release Program honors Nico Redding.
Mr. Redding, we have some of those records here in our file, so you're
okay.
Good. Any other member? Okay, that would be your plan?
That would be my resource.
Access them, okay. Other members have questions for Mr. Redding?
You've had no, Cheryl Ramstead. Mr. Redding, you've had no contact with that group for the last 8 years. Did I understand that correctly?
I call them sometimes, and they'll put me on hold and can't get through, or they'll say they'll just set up for a visit and come see me when I want them to. And to contact them when I want to be released. If they're going to release me, contact us, we got you.
So you don't have a contact person there that you've been working with for that 8-year period that you've lapsed your communication with them?
Yes, I can contact them today and tell them to come get me tomorrow if I was going to be released.
Thank you, Mr. Redding.
Okay. All my other programs, they outmoded now. All the skills I learned, they're useless now because since the technology didn't advance so far beyond what I learned over the years. So.
Yeah, we understand. Any other questions from board members?
Mr. Redding, this is Andrew Larson. I understand you've been incarcerated for 39 years. Is that correct? 40 years. So obviously a lot has changed in the 40 years.
Yeah.
How do you feel you would adapt to all the changes that have occurred in society, especially with such a small support system as some of my other colleagues mentioned? Like, obviously that's a little bit of a concern for me personally, just because, like I said, technology is so different and the world is just different. So I'm just kind of wondering from your perspective, like how do you feel you would adapt?
Part of my adaptation would have to be aid from other people. And this program, not only do they just give you a house and somewhere to lay your head, they help you get a job, they help you get training, and them people themselves, part of their program is to help you re-indoctrinate yourself back into society. That process would involve me learning how to use some of these devices, because to be honest with you, based on that question you just asked me, I don't even know how to use that phone thing that you guys have now. To me, it's like Star Trek or something, being honest. And they would help me with all of this. We got to acclimate him and show him how to use it. They said they'd do all of that with me. They said that's what the program was made for.
And is some of that preparation work, is some of that, can that be done in advance of your release, or do you have to wait to be released? Because part of, again, my thinking on that is, developing some of those skills in advance of your release would certainly, I think, lead to, a better chance of success. So I'm just kind of curious, are those things that you can work on prior to?
Yeah, there's no doubt. I mean, that goes without saying. Common sense tell me that. To learn these things, to learn the whatever y'all call all this stuff these days. The last thing I remember is the phone with the do. So I would have to learn all of the things that's out there that's normal to you guys. I see what you're saying. But these people are out there with you too, so they know about this stuff. So they could teach me and all of that stuff. And I could call them now, and they could be preparing me for, like, well, okay, we're going to, however they do that. For the next few months, we're going to be showing you how to do this, that, in addition to helping you get your housing and all this other stuff, and getting you where you can be a sponsor for helping other prisoners and everything. That's what they do. We can show you how to use all of this equipment ahead of time. I could call them tonight, I guess, and let them know what they're thinking about letting me go. and we can go from there. But I don't see no reason to tell them to do it for me now. If I'm not going nowhere, why bother? You know, and that's just the way I feel. I learned a lot of skills because of that very thing that you just mentioned. That's why I got into all of them technical programs, because I was fearing that technology is going to pass me up. And so I learned all that stuff, but I didn't plan for being in here so long that the skills I learned would no longer be as good as they are. The technology is too far ahead now. The metal fabrication, I'd still be cool with it. The metal fabrication, maybe the light emitting diode communication system, maybe that. But for the metal fabrication, that's still okay. They're still doing that the same way. So I don't know if I answered your question or not, but.
Great. Any other questions from board members? Mr. Redding, I just would say one piece there in relationship to that question. Just, you know, while you talked about metal fabrication may be an option, but the reality is you've been disconnected because of, you know, as you said earlier, because of your medical status. You've been disconnected from programming and basically been in idle status for all that time. So that's really not a viable option when you're out in the community, right? Because if you can't do it on the inside, it would be pretty hard to do it on the outside. Would you agree?
To do what on the inside?
To be engaged proactively and productively in the community, work-wise, and so forth.
Yeah, my medical stuff is doing a lot of stuff, but and that's going to be in here or out there. You're right. My medical stuff is not going away, and it's getting worse every year. Okay. Now I'm talking to you now. This year, I can still stand up and walk about a half a block. If you came to see me 2 years later, I probably won't be walking at all. It's that bad. To be honest with you, I expect to be dead in 2 or 3 years. That's what I believe. I mean, that's what my body feels anyway.
Yeah.
From what I had, from what I could do, to all the degeneration over the last 40 years till now, I think I'm doing probably 2/5, maybe 3/5 of what I was doing, for medical reasons. Okay. That's why all my programming was focused when I was more healthier.
Right. So, Mr. Reddy, I'm going to close this portion of questions. Before I close that, and before the board begins discussion and deliberation about next steps, I want to briefly open the floor to you to make any final comment before we stop and begin having a discussion about next steps. Anything that you would like to say to the board that you haven't already said?
Well, yes, I got a few things I'd like to say that's not directly relating to my rehabilitation or getting support from the system outside. Is relating to me being in here. The amount of time that I've been here, I supposed to have been released about 22 years ago. They're treating me like I was sentenced under the 1993 legislation. I wasn't sentenced under the 19 legislation. I was sentenced under the 1985-1986 legislation, which made my maximum enumerated sentence 25 years minus 3 years. And they let out over 40 guys that I have their names. They let out over 40 of them based on that, but they somehow didn't let me out. And my record was better than theirs. And all of them was like,
okay.
And I didn't understand it. I said, I did more programming than him, and him. I've been more positive than him. But they let all of them out, but they kept me in. And I was so worried, not only because I wanted to get out, but I knew that all the years I did in programming, a decade of programming, went straight down the drain for nothing.
Okay.
So I supposed to have been out 22 years ago. I don't know why my life sentence said the enumerated maximum sentence was 25 years. They gave me an actual number.
Yeah, but you have an indeterminate sentence, so that's why you are subject to the release consideration. So, anything else? Anything else before? Okay. Well, we're not going to debate this with you today. So
Okay.
Anything else you'd like to say to the board before we cut that portion and we begin our discussion and deliberation?
Yeah, I would. If you're actually seriously thinking about releasing me, I would like to contact Rafiki now, like 2 or 3 months ahead of time. So if I was going to get out, they could start helping me make preparations.
Okay.
And that's about
Okay.
it for me.
All right. Well, thank you.
Okay.
So I think,
Thank you.
Ms. Redding, at this time, I'm going to close this discussion and questions during the board discussion and deliberation. The board would not entertain any questions or allow interruptions. And with that, I would turn to members of the board just to get any thoughts out on the table, just as a part of discussion. At some point, I will be asking the board to offer a motion of some sort, and maybe I'll lay out what the motion could look like as a part of this, but just so people have a sense. Motions would be really in two forms. One would be a parole, and if it was to move toward parole, that would mean that the board is determining a parole date and directing the Department of Corrections to prepare the individual for release. That parole date need to be set at a minimum of 60 to 90 days out to allow for approval of the release plan and establishment of conditions of release. The parole date, however, can be set out for any length of time. The second motion would be a denial of parole, and this would mean that the board is not setting a parole date. There really are two ways that denial might be looked at. First, the denial may mean that the person is simply not ready for parole, and the board will establish a term of continuance when the board would next review the person for reconsideration. And we would make programming recommendations that could increase the likelihood of future release. Or the board may deny the parole at this time and recommend that the Department of Corrections initiate step-down programming to increase the likelihood of parole and establish a term of continuance. The second option there, generally speaking, would be that term of continuance would be likely a bit less, 3 years or less. So this is really up to the board, however. But generally speaking, that's how it's been looked at historically by way of from a programming standpoint, but the board certainly can establish its own direction. A denial of parole may mean something of 3+ years. It would be more typically the case. So with that, I would just open it up for just broad discussion in general.
Mr. Commissioner, I think as both myself and some of my colleagues expressed, one of my concerns is obviously the lack of any real plan for Mr. Redding's release. As I had indicated in my question, a lot has changed. Mr. Redding's been incarcerated for almost 40 years. And as he indicated and as was included in much of the information that we reviewed in preparation for this, I'm just concerned that there's not a viable plan in place. I understand that he's participated in programming over the years, though it appears as though much of that was done many years ago versus more recent years where it would potentially be more of value in preparing him for his release. So I do have some concerns about a parole release based on that.
Thank you. Other thoughts?
Well, I have the same concerns. I feel like we'd be doing a disservice to Mr. Redding and to the community and to public safety if we were to grant parole. And I would hope Mr. Redding would contact Rafiki on his own and just find out exactly some steps that he can take to prepare to get out.
Mr. Commissioner, My concerns stem in part from Dr. Bonnie Bjorky's letter, detailed evaluation. She was a behavioral medicine practitioner. And she indicated that while his age and lack of current context in the community might mitigate against his antisocial behavior, the indication from his history is that he'll gravitate that way without positive life goals, meaningful employment, and somewhat of a social limitation. I'm concerned about the lack of accountability this many years later, that hasn't been worked out a little bit more, and that there's not a little more thought that's gone into it. So at this point, I think there's a moderate risk in releasing Mr. Redding to the community. And I think one way that Mr. Redding might be able to provide greater reassurance is by trying to build some of those contacts and establish a detailed plan for release. And it's going to be difficult to do that alone in the prison, but there's resources that are available. And if the attitude that Mr. Redding shows is that it's not worth it, why try? That's not the attitude we're looking for. We're looking for more of a can-do. I'm going to make this happen, and I'm going to do the detailed plan to succeed on the outside. And I don't hear that determination.
I would just my observation just concur. When we look at the record, there's a heavy reliance on the system. And while we want to make sure that the system can provide assistance and resources, I would agree that one of the expectations should be a level of self-advocacy and level of insight of what may be necessary. And we've had many people who have faced considerable medical challenges over the course of time really do a tremendous amount of work in terms of developing some level of plans, building networks on the outside that have become helpful. And it's notable to me that, really back in June of 2016 and again back in July of 2019, in both those instances, Mr. Redding waived his appearance before the board. I think these are, whether that's him giving up, whatever that may be, I don't want to speculate, but I do think it becomes challenging and problematic for us as we think about that possibility of a release at some point in time. But I would say that that has to be demonstrated. There has to be action, in my view, on his part. And I think that detailed release plan would certainly need to be a part of it as well. As he talks about having a level of sympathy or empathy, and I understand the innocence claim, but I also think that this is we can't determine the issues around relitigating this case, but it does become there's a level of concern around that, the insight into what does that mean? What does having a level of empathy for the loss that was sustained by the family members? What does that mean? It is also a major concern for me. Other thoughts that anybody may have? Is there anyone that would be prepared or to have thoughts about a motion that they might want to advance? Let's see if we have a second, and then at least it would provide us a realm for some level of discussion.
Mr. Commissioner, I would make a motion that the consideration of supervised release for Mr. Redding be denied. Thank you. And is there a second on that?
I would second.
A motion and a second is on the floor. Let's open it for discussion and talk about what does that look like? What would what does that denial mean? Is it something that, what would be the elements that would be necessary in order for, I think the statute requires us to establish or identify options, programs, services that Mr. Redding may participate in, or things that he may do to complete that would increase the likelihood of a future release, if on the one hand, and are there thoughts around that?
Mr. Commissioner, I would offer, one of the things that was apparent in going through his information, he has remained discipline free, and I applaud him for that. I would certainly recommend that continue. As we have indicated, I think of utmost importance is to really establish a clear release plan, not wait until the authorization for release is obtained, have a release plan in advance. So I think the development of some sort of a really well thought out release plan and support system is going to be important. And I would also really encourage completion of some programming. I understand that part of Mr. Redding's issue is some medical concerns that he has. However, I would wonder if there are opportunities for some programming involvement that maybe could address that, whether it's through completion of carry guides or some other sort of programming options that would potentially benefit him and provide some insight for him.
But and for people that, the carry guide option that was mentioned by a board member, is that really it speaks to kind of a cognitive skills, kind of a processing tool that is used to help folks in the correctional setting. All right, I hear that would there be he has had continuances that were set in 2016. He had a 3-year continuance. At that time, the directives were simply to remain discipline-free and participate in any level of programming. In 2019, he was continued for a period of 5 years, directed to remain discipline-free and participate in programming. He was also given an off-ramp there with kind of a bit of a carrot of saying if he did participate and complete some programming, and certainly could be the case in this case, we're developing a comprehensive release plan that he could petition or request early release, and then that was the case here. Although, as Ms. Holmes-Larson indicated, while he was granted that option previously in 2019, he did not request early consideration. So those would be some of the various options in terms of a continuance term, or it could be longer, but that really would be up to the board. Anyone have a sense of what that would look like, or an appetite for what you'd like to see happen?
Mr. Commissioner, the option that you describe as being provided in 2019, I personally feel that is an appropriate option in this case as well. Largely just due to what I perceive to be just the lack of a plan at this point. Whether that is, a continuance of 5 years or a continuance of 3 years with the option of coming back. But I think some sort of a continuance, and I'm certainly open to providing him with an option to come back sooner if he's able to meet some of the requirements that have been established.
I appreciate that. I think, I think important here is, that as we look at these terms of continuance, that part of the thing is that, this is going to take some time for Mr. Redding to develop this. And I think part of that, and even Amicus's program generally, involves some level of even volunteers that are oftentimes working with people to help that transition, to create a pro-social connection in the community. Those are all elements of that, and these are things that I think do take some time. I think while I set the 2019 continuance at 5 years with a 3-year off ramp, should he complete certain things as kind of hopefully a motivator, may be appropriate again. And in this case, perhaps it is to just, even if he were to engage with amicus and those services, begin some development of a release plan, and remain discipline free, that might provide some level of indication of movement in the right direction, and we could see him perhaps at 3 years if he were to complete those things, so that there is an incentive.
Mr. Commissioner, I would add to that a recommendation that was in Dr. Bjorke's extensive work, and that was to have him referred to a medical release planner so that he'd have community resources and could establish some source of payment or community public assistance. And then I would also add that I'd like to see him establish specific community contacts so that he's got not just a Rafiki, not just amicus, but specific relationships of people that he can count on and that would be available to him. Mentors in the community are really key.
Excellent. I had those things on the list. Other thoughts?
I support either continuance, 3 years or 5 years. I do think it's important that there be some incentive for him. And that's my only concern about 5 years, is that he'll walk away and he'll come back in 5 years and nothing will have changed. So I'd probably go with 5 years, but come back in 3 if you've done some things.
Right.
I would push back a little bit on that by saying that the last time it was 5 years, he could initiate coming back in 3. Nothing happened, and maybe he's putting the 3-year time frame out at age 71 is a little bit more within his reach, so that he would be motivated to go forward with these plans that we'd like him to make. So I would support a 3-year continuance.
Other thoughts on where people might be, so we can try to sort out what this might look like?
This is Raina Alexander. I would support 5 years with a 3-year off ramp and the other recommendations for services and a release plan.
All right. We have a motion on the table for denial with the question, and we have a range of program options here, I think, that folks have identified, and I'll just identify what I've heard from people in development of a comprehensive release plan, completion of programming, correctional programming, that could be cognitive skills, whatever things that would be within his physical capabilities. Referral to and active engagement with medical release planning, development of specific community pro-social contacts, and one of the things I think to just go back to, I think, Mr. Redding's own suggestion that he also engage with amicus as part of that would be some of the things I heard on the list, and then remain discipline free would be a standard condition. What I'm kind of hearing, I've heard a couple of people weighing in on the 5 year with a 3-year off ramp, so to speak, so we have that the motion out there. I would turn to Board Member Larson just to see which one would you like to kind of see advanced as a part of this as we go forward. given that
I
it's
would
your
be in
motion originally.
I would be in support of the 5-year with the 3-year off ramp.
Okay. And that there was the second was by Board Member Brave. Would you support that?
I would support that.
Okay, we have a motion on the table and a second with this being a denial of parole with a continuance term of 5 years with the potential of being seen early after 3, conditioned upon Mr. Redding engaging in at least initiating the development of a comprehensive release plan, completion of positive programming, correctional programming offered by the facility within his capabilities, referral to and participation with medical release planning, and development of specific community prosocial contacts, and working with amicus and remaining discipline-free. Because we are voting, we have people that are also online. This would be a roll call vote. And I will just call the roll. Board Member Alexander, how would you vote on this?
Yay.
Board Member Bray.
Yes.
Board Member Larson.
Yes.
Board Member Ramstead.
Yes.
And Schnell would vote yes as well. That is 5 ayes, no noes. That motion prevails. Mr. Redding, I would just, you obviously had a chance, unlike previous hearings where you get a chance to hear the discussion that we engaged in. And so you've heard what the board has put in place. We will send you a letter detailing this to you as well. And if there are any questions, you can contact your case manager who can get back with Ms. Holmes Larson, and we can provide additional details. But you will receive a written letter from the board explaining what the board's action was today. Okay?
Okay.
Thank you. We wish you the best of luck.
Okay.
Take care.
Good luck.
Yeah. Well, while we're making a switch over, if people need to take a quick break, feel free to do so.
1625.
Yeah. And we're going to be moving to another facility here, a correctional facility. But we'll give people a chance to take a break if they need to do that.
This is Raina. Just a heads up, my computer I got to restart my computer. So that means I'm going to have to come back into the meeting. So just whoever is letting me in so that you know that I have to go do that. I'm sorry. I'll be back as soon as I can.
No problem. Thank you. Members of the public who may be watching, we will be starting here momentarily. We'll be connecting to the facility. The next case up will be Ronald Reed.
Hello.
Hello, we're going to be with you in just a few moments here. We're just waiting on the other board members to return. And we'll, from a quick break from the previous case, we'll be getting online with you momentarily.
Alrighty, we'll hang tight. Thank you. Yeah, after that, I'm sure they needed a break. So basically, what'll happen is it'll all kind of move. Once the
I'll have you mute. Why don't you have, until we start, you want to mute on your end?
what's the amount of time for the step down process? You said it, and I was.
It could be, I mean, generally speaking, it's minimum of 6 months. So that would be a minimum. Just gives them a chance to get outside of the walls and then. So, it could be short.
Could be longer. And we have discretion. Oh, security here.
Just to see if it could be a long process for updating.
On our end, we're going to check to see here what the status of the restart of that computer is for one of the board members who's online. Yeah. Yeah, we have since we do have a quorum of the board president, we'll begin the process. We'll allow for board member Alexander to restart her computer, but we do have a quorum, so we'll proceed with this. So I'll turn it over to Ms. Holmes-Larson.
Good afternoon, everyone. Rebecca Holmes-Larson, Executive Officer of Hearings and Release. We are here today to review Mr. Ronald Reed, who is present on video from the Minnesota Correctional Facility in Lino Lakes. Here with me at the Minnesota Department of Corrections Central Office is our Commissioner and Chair of the Supervised Release Board, Mr. Paul Schnell, along with the rest of the board members. Present today is Member Christine Bray, Member Andrew Larson, Member Cheryl Ramstad, and it is very possible that Member Raina Alexander will join us shortly, having some technical issues. We do have a few other members present in our room observing today, and Mr. Reed has his advocate present with him, Mr. Russell Bellinger. Thank you, sir, for attending. There is also a facility member present in the room with Mr. Reed to assist with the equipment. Our records indicate on 5/22 of 1970, Officer James Sackett of the St. Paul Police Department was shot and killed. Mr. Reed was convicted of the crime approximately 30 years later. On March 1st of 2006, Mr. Reed was sentenced to life imprisonment in Ramsey County District Court after having been found guilty of the offense of first-degree murder. This is a pre-guideline 1980 pre-guideline case subject to good time. Mr. Reed was previously reviewed by a commissioner and advisory panel on October 21st of 2019 and continued for 2 years. He was reviewed again on September 13th of 2021 and continued for 3 years. At Mr. Reed's request, this review has been scheduled earlier than originally scheduled, and that request was granted. Today's review represents his third review after serving approximately 19 years of incarceration. His minimum parole eligibility date on his life sentence occurred on September 16th of 2021. Thank you. I turn this matter over to the board. Commissioner.
Good afternoon, Mr. Reed. How are you today?
Good. Good afternoon.
Good. Can you hear us okay?
Pardon me?
Can you hear us okay?
Yes, I can.
Okay. You may want to turn up on your side too at the facility. It may be a little bit easier as well. I'd like to start this off by asking the pretty traditional question that you always get. What is it that you would tell us what it is you'd like to see happen as a result of today's meeting?
Well, I'd like to see have an opportunity to participate in the supervised release program. I'd like to have an opportunity to start my transition process.
Can you talk a little bit about how you feel what your readiness is for that?
Well, I believe that I'm up to speed. I work on my social skills. I work with staff members and my fellow peers. I have a routine. The routine that I have in prison is similar to a routine that I would probably have when I return to the community. I rise early. Right now I'm employed at the Prison Fellowship Academy. So I show up for work on time. I work out. I have other extracurricular activities. I participate in RJ program, Restorative Justice program, spiritual living. I'm pretty busy, and that's the same type of routine that I would plan to continue to function at upon release as well.
What has changed in you or for you over the last 19 years, Mr. Reed?
Well, I've matured more so. I'd like to think that my change started even prior to my incarceration. As I stated in the letter that I submitted to you, that I'm not the same man today as I was some 54 years ago. Today, as I stated in my letter, I know who I am, and I know who I'm not. I'm not influenced by others' ideologies, and I'm not swayed by my own personal insecurities. I was productive and responsible prior to coming into the institution, and I've maintained that routine even up until the present date.
There was a time during the court process where, I think there was some, even just looking at records, maybe some resistance to wanting to participate in that process or anything like that. So has there been change in into your insights into what happened over the course of that 19 years from the time when this case came before the court to today?
You weren't clear. Could you restate that? I wasn't clear.
Well, so I'm just wondering, when the court process was going on, from looking at records, there was some, resistance at the time of participating in that, even attending at one point was a question. I think you had indicated in your letter that there was a level of acceptance of responsibility at the end, or a statement to that effect, or not responsibility, but a statement of apology to the family, and yet that doesn't appear in the records so much. But then certainly in what you've described in your letter, you've come to a place of recognizing the impact and so forth. Can you just talk about that journey, what that's been for you?
Well, I think if I'm understanding your question, and I think you're speaking about at my trial.
Yes.
Okay, and I pretty much separate my trial process from what's actually in my heart. It was my understanding that I was going through a due process type of proceedings, and I was having conflict with my attorneys, and some of the things some of the things that the witnesses were saying. However, that prior to even my incarceration, I recognized that that the murder of Officer James Sackett was wrong. I recognized that it caused irreparable harm to the Sackett family, to his friends, and to the community as a whole. And so my change in my awareness process started long before I was incarcerated. I recognize, and I'd like to think that the change that I made while prior to my incarceration exemplified that, where I turned my life around. I became gainfully employed. I started participating in service work. And I'd like to believe that on the question of remorse, that I believe my remorse was through my actions. And it's something that even upon incarceration, I continued to move in that direction. I continued my restoration process. I've had an opportunity to make amends to many persons that I've harmed. I've submitted an apology letter. I'm willing to meet with Officer Sackett's family. I'm willing to meet with law enforcement to express my apology and my regret for having participated in a movement that instigated the event that caused the taking of Officer Sackett's life. I had opportunities prior to my incarceration to do extensive inventories and to deal with the issues of my past decisions, irresponsible decisions, and the pain that I caused. And I don't feel that, although I may not display it in a physical manner, I'd like to think that my conduct prior to my incarceration and throughout the course of my incarceration demonstrates that my remorse, my empathy, and my understanding and my change.
Thank you for that. Other questions from members of the board?
Well, Mr. Reed, I have kind of a follow-up question to that because I wasn't completely clear. And it just as you said, you participated in the movement that took Officer Sackett's life. What does that mean?
What it means is that at that time, that there was a great deal of turmoil going on in our community. Young persons like myself, we were involved in anti-war demonstrations. We were involved in voters' registrations. And there was a great deal of conflict between our community and law enforcement at the time. And I perceived, and the groups that I was involved in perceived that we were being threatened by the establishment. This is what we understood at the time. There were riots going on throughout the country. There were violence on both sides from law enforcement as well as from our community. And I was involved in that movement. At the time, I was a freshman student at the University of Minnesota. I was part of the Morrow Hall incident where we seized control of the administration's office. And so I was involved in a lot of these things. What I meant by it is that, and I guess, again, I'll refer to the letter that I presented, is that my responsibility was that when I learned that Officer Sackett had been murdered, that I feared coming forward. I was afraid to come forward because I thought I would be implicated in the crime. And so I withheld information that I probably should have came forth and shared with at the time that I didn't. And I accept responsibility for that. I realize now that that was the wrong decision. But at the time of my immaturity and the fear that I was undergoing, that's what my best thinking was, just to remain silent.
And just to follow up, that information that you withheld was what?
Shortly after, the night after Officer Sackett was murdered, my girlfriend at the time, Connie Trimble, told me that she had placed a phone call. And she said a close friend of mine had asked her to make the call, but she did not know that an officer would be killed. When she told me that, I went into, it was emotional because now I was afraid for her and I didn't know what to do. I was afraid if I came to law enforcement that they wouldn't believe me and that she would be arrested for something that she wasn't responsible for, which she was later acquitted of. And on the other hand, I was afraid of the community, that I would be ostracized by my community. So I was in a position of a rock and a hard spot. And maybe you may not understand what it is to be in a community when there's violence going on, when there's upheaval going on. It's hard for maybe a person of your background to put yourself in that situation when you're under a great deal of stress and fear. And so at the time, I thought my best course of action was not to say anything.
Thank you.
Other questions? Mr. Reed, could you talk a little bit about what your plan would be? I mean, what would you envision your life looking like were the board to grant a release?
Well, in the short span, I'd like to be transferred to minimum custody where I could get acclimated to that environment and be outside the gate or outside the fence for several months. I'm willing to participate in the work program. I'm probably not as agile as I once were, but I'd like to be able to be outside just in a different atmosphere where I could get used to being free again. From there, because of my unique situation, I have a family home that's paid for that I could return to. So I have a residence. I have financial resources. I have a pension. I have investments. I also am eligible for Social Security retirement benefits. My close friend here, Russell, I plan on working with him and my other friend, retired Police Sergeant Melvin Carter, in their organizations. I plan to basically, when I return home, to relax somewhat and be able to just kind of smell the roses, just to get used to my home life, living with my nephew who's there. And I plan to, I would like to hit the ground running and be able to be involved in service work. I know that I would be involved with the Lifers Alumni Group. I know I would be involved with PFA. I'm open to working with the Department of Corrections. I'm open to working with law enforcement as far as trying to reconcile some of the conflict that exists between law enforcement and our community. I'm open to working with our young politicians and educators. Like I said in my letter, I have a contribution to make, and I'm prepared to make that contribution if given an opportunity.
What challenges, if you were to anticipate or think about the challenges that you might face, what thoughts have you had about what those challenges might look like?
Well, technology, number one, that would be a major challenge for me. Being in an institution where you pretty much you don't have a lot of responsibilities with respect to taking care of your overhead, I have to get used to that, paying bills. Because I haven't been incarcerated as long as most lifers, I had an opportunity to adapt prior to coming to prison. I owned my own home. I was gainfully employed. I would hope that those skills are still there. I hope that many of the things that I practiced prior to coming to prison, that I still would be able to call upon. And so as far as some of the challenges, probably relationships, getting used to people. It's you know, I don't want to say, I don't want to handicap myself by creating obstacles that don't exist, but at the same time, I don't want to be naive and to realize that some things you don't know. But even prior to coming to prison, I've had to handle crises and disappointments, and I believe that I'm psychologically prepared to adapt to whatever situation that I need to adapt to.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that the thought that you've given to some of this. You talked about, and I know you've in your letter, and you've talked about this before, your involvement in restorative justice. And I know that the person I'm going to turn to, your support person and advocate there, Mr. Ballinger, in a minute. But can you talk a little bit about what restorative justice has meant to you, and how you think about restorative justice in light of your current situation, your commitment to prison for in this case the murder of Officer Sackett. What does restorative justice look like relative to that?
Well, prior to my incarceration, I worked extensively in Cook County Jail for 15 years. I met a lot of persons there. I was able to carry the message of redemption to hundreds of prisoners. So restorative justice is just a part of my character today. That seems to be my strong suit, is being able to relate to persons who had backgrounds such as mine. And I also have the benefit of being on both sides of the system. So I have a perspective, a more holistic perspective. It's my passion. Ever since I've been incarcerated, I've always worked with my fellow peers, whether it was in the mental health unit, throughout Oak Park, throughout Rush City. It's just what I do to encourage, rather than taking lives, I practice on saving lives and healing. I'm an advocate of peace among people, all of us. And reconciliation between the victims, my victims, and even just overall reconciliation of our communities. I hope to be involved in that. For me, it's kind of an organic process, to whereas most of the persons that I meet, I can identify with them. I can relate to them, and I'm able to form a bond with persons, and then hopefully there be able to share with them hope on how I was able to transition, how I was able to evolve. And I've seen so many persons, both in the community and within prison. I believe in change, and that's what it's pretty much. I advocate that, and I live for that, and I want to share that with others. Of a gift that I've received, I want to share that gift with others as well.
Thank you for that. Any other questions from the board before I go ahead?
Yeah,
Sorry.
Commissioner, Mr. Reed. So one question I guess I do have for you. So do you have any particular strategies in place to handle challenges or triggers that you may encounter if you were released? And part of that, I'll actually go back to within your letter, you talk about your involvement and being wrapped up in a movement, and some of the things that you describe in the letter. There are a lot of parallels to, the current climate. So, and you've talked about your desire to, reach out to these various organizations, but just kind of wondering what strategies you have in place to, I guess, handle some of those challenges that you may encounter, especially on some level due to, I suspect your name is fairly well known within the community. So just wondering if you could provide any insight into that.
Well, first, it will begin with myself, with and there's something that I prepare myself for on a daily basis. You know, I make sure that that I'm mentally and emotionally and spiritually prepared. And as far as the strategies are concerned, I think that just meeting people, sometimes just the process of being able to meet people from different backgrounds who have different perspectives. And I'm able to meet people where they're at. And I'm able to establish that rapport with persons, to see their perspective, and then allow them to see possibly other perspectives. It's as far as strategies, I would hope to be able to, through different organizations, to be able to work with persons in law enforcement, to work with persons in the Department of Corrections. I've almost have 50 years of experience. I've seen multiple modalities as far as treatment modalities. I know what works for me. I've seen what's worked for others. I'm optimistic even in the community here at Lionel Lakes. You know, the strategy is just it's common sense. It's just learning how to treat people, just approaching persons. You know, whoever I approach, I greet them. I offer to smile to them. And I don't believe it is as complicated as people make it. And maybe I'm idealistic, but I experienced that peace, whether I was in Oak Park, Rush City, or even in Lionel Lakes. I can see the psychic change. I can see the energy changing. And I think a person has to be able to believe that. He has to be optimistic enough to believe that something like that can happen. And I'm optimistic like that.
Thank you for that. Any other questions?
Mr. Commissioner?
Yes.
Mr. Reed, I just want to make sure I understand that your position. Am I correct in understanding from all the papers that I've reviewed from your testimony in response to Ms. Bray's question that as you sit here today, you deny having caused the murder of Officer Sackett?
I can hardly hear you.
I'm wondering if you're denying having murdered Officer Sackett.
Am I denying murdering? Why? I didn't murder Officer Sackett. I wasn't present. I never met Officer Sackett. So I guess that would be correct. And I don't believe that I was charged with murdering Officer Sackett. I believe I was charged with aiding and abetting the person who murdered him or conspiring with the person. And I'm not, I'm not trying to mince words with that. But as far as me actually murdering someone, I've never murdered anyone in my life. I'm not a violent person. So as far as my involvement, like I stated, that I learned of Officer Sackett's death from my girlfriend at the time, the day after it occurred, when we both heard on the news that a phone call had led to his being murdered. And that's when she relayed to me that officers that she had placed that fateful call.
All right, you don't have to repeat what you've already said. I understand that. Are you maintaining contact with any of those people today that testified against you at trial?
No, I'm not. You say, am I maintaining contact with the persons who testified at the trial.
Are you maintaining contact with any of the people, Mr. Griffin or?
No, I'm not
former
maintaining.
girlfriend?
No, I'm not maintaining any contact. I years ago, John Griffin contacted me, and he contacted the warden at Oak Park, and he asked to be able to visit with me. At that time, years ago, he wrote me letters, and he expressed to me that he was sorry for having lied on me at my trial. I believe it is in the record that he contacted the Innocence Project, and he related to them that the only reason that he made those false statements was to be early to released from a 30-year prison sentence, which he was subsequently released from. But I haven't had any contact with him since.
Thank you, Mr. Reed.
At this time, I'd like to turn to Mr. Ballinger, who is here in support of Mr. Reed. And so I'd open the floor, Mr. Ballinger, to you. I want to first thank you for being here and for supporting Mr. Reed. And then just ask if you'd provide your thoughts regarding the changes you've seen in Mr. Reed over time, or any other thoughts that you may have today.
Thank you, and good afternoon. I did want to go back and say a little bit about what it was like back all those years ago. I think all of you are younger than we are, but there was a time when I think the first time I was stopped by police and told to put my hands up against the wall. I was 8 years old. The community that we started in was that Rondo community. There were great losses there. My brother came home from the service in the late 50s and was dressed and began to think he was a Frank Sinatra-like character. That's because he loved to sing. He got stopped for going through a stop sign and was badly beaten and was never the same person again. That's just a little bit indicative of what the time were like. I went to school to Moorhead State College, being one of the first 50 minority students to come into the school. At the end of the first quarter, it was the quarter system then, there were 12 of us left, and 6 of us were black men from our neighborhood. And people said that they thought we lasted because we had learned to swim in the water. When I was 21, I moved back to the city, and I want to say when this event happened, there was a fear that came across the community that all of us were going to pay for this crime. I felt some ease in that. I was in Moorhead at the time this happened, but I was repeatedly told by others that the police want to talk to you. They want to talk to you. I've started working with young people back in 71 and have basically worked in social services throughout the years. For about 5 years, we worked very hard. We took trips with police officers and community members to Washington, D.C. to create relationship, to build a better relationship between the community and the police officers. We would go to the police officers' memorial and later the museum. We would also go to the African American Museum of History and Culture, and we basically would spend 3 days just being together. At one point, there was one police officer that showed up at our regular Monday circle, which yesterday was our 699, and had a very sour attitude and went back and said something, and that kind of closed down that. We're hoping now to revive that. So I wanted to just point that out, that the people that testified, we all knew them. They were the most disreputable people in our community. We grew up in the same neighborhood. I have seen Mr. Griffin myself in visiting the neighborhood. And his brother was one of the young black men that stayed in school there in Moorhead with us. So I wanted to put that out there. I've been working in restorative practices and what I actually call them reparative practices. I worked with a number of families that were, say, at war with each other and got them to sit down and find a way out of it. I work with different organizations, different corporations where there are problems getting to a conversation. I think I do it pretty well. I want to also say that when I started coming out working around the DOC in 2003, and I would be entering the different facilities. I worked for an organization called Amicus. And Amicus is Latin for friend. And for over 50 years, they've been finding friends through volunteers for people in our state correctional facilities. I was a recruiter at first, and then took on some leadership and became vice president of that organization, and later started the Circle of Peace movement, which we have over 14 years of doing work, stopping the violence and promoting racial healing, not just in that community, but in many others. Yesterday, we had 25 young African leaders from 19 different countries and a lot of youth, a lot of people from all over the neighborhood. Very, very diverse. The young people that people felt were causing a lot of the trouble last year were named St. Paul's Youth Leaders, and they take great pride in it. There are kids that are talking about careers and what they want to do with their life. However, they still are in high school. A lot of those people who have done these life sentences, I did circles in Stillwater Prison for most of those 20 years. And a lot of those lifers that I didn't think I would ever see get out are starting to come out. And very often, probably once a week, once every couple of weeks, they ask me, how is Mr. Reed doing? He's been a very strong, very positive mentor to many of these men. I still have 2 women that are going into Shakopee doing some of the same work. So I know that I certainly could use Mr. Reed's help in this work. It just seems to be growing. It's getting larger. Like I said, there were over 80 people yesterday. So I don't know if I'm answering your question.
So let me ask this question. Do you believe that Mr. Reed is ready for release?
I absolutely do. As I said, I really could use his help. in the work that I'm doing out there. Our conversations are always upbeat. I know his family. As if you grew up in the neighborhood, you pretty much knew everyone. I can't tell you how many text messages I got telling me that he was going to be up today. They did not know I was going to be here with him. But I was really encouraged by the thoughts and prayers of so many of our community members.
Thank you. At this time, I'm going to, before the board begins discussion and deliberation about next steps, Mr. Reed, I want to briefly open the floor to you for any final comments before the board begins its process of talking about next steps.
Well, like I said in my letter, I am willing to continue making progress, continuing to help people heal, continuing to promote peace, just like I've done prior to coming in and being incarcerated and throughout my incarceration. And I'd like the opportunity just to be able to continue to do this type of work, this service work in my community. And I just would ask the panel to consider my request to be given a parole date and to be able to start my transition process.
Thank you. At this time, I'm going to close the discussion. During the discussion and deliberation, the board will not entertain questions or allow interruptions. And with that, I would turn it to the board just to open it up for some level of discussion, thoughts as we begin to put together what the next steps look like.
I think the question I have, he asked for an early review. How early was this review? I know I've read it, but
September was it was just a few months. September
yeah,
was his
okay,
original
that's
date.
what I know. Thank you.
Any other thoughts or ideas, questions, concerns?
Well, I'll just put it out there. We don't have a motion. I'm not sure how to make it, but I would like to see step down start happening. So whether that's no to, that may be deny parole, or it may be something a little different, but that's how I'm thinking about it.
So I think as we talked earlier that this would be one of those situations where in the denial section where the board may deny parole at this time, recommend that the DOC initiate step-down programming and to increase the likelihood of future parole release. But the board would need to establish some term of continuance if that was the wish. So is that the motion that you're suggesting?
Well, if we're ready for that, yes, I would make that motion.
Could be made as a motion, and at least there's something for discussion. Is there a second on that for discussion purposes?
Point of clarification. So that would mean giving a continuance date at which time the step-down process would be considered, but it wouldn't be for a discharge at that point. Is that right?
Correct. I think the way it would look like is that if this were to pass, the board would be recommending that we initiate step down. The step down becomes falls within the department's authority in terms of placement and so forth. But we would certainly have the same discussion as earlier about what programs and things we would like to see happen in the meantime. But there would be no date given in this model, except a time by which we would come back, Mr. Reed would come back, and at that point in time, the board may make a decision that they're going to grant a hard date or whatever it may be. So this is really about a denial at this time with whatever that period of term of continuance would look like. So that really would be kind of.
So the step-down process would all take place within the prison walls. It wouldn't take place in the community.
Step down could take place. Step down may look like, and I think as Mr. Reed kind of requested, and typically step down is a process, just to describe it, that we would have people move into a minimum setting with GPS monitoring. It is that whole notion of being able to test someone's ability to manage transition and change in an environment that still has 24-hour DOC staffing and all of those sorts of things. And then it could, depending upon what the recommendation of the board was, include movement to even a work release type of setting at some point in time for whatever term that would be the board would look at. And if there's no parole date given, that would just simply be a report back. So ultimately, the board would see Mr. Reed at whatever time they determined they would like to see him. And at that point in time, they could consider granting a date if they felt like progress was sufficient that was warranted.
Thank you. So the only other alternative is a motion to approve parole, which means 60 days probably.
Or you could go longer. You could say, look, I want to set a parole date out a year or whatever it may be. You could establish that. Or you could say, look, we want a term of continuance of 5 with a 3-year off ramp like we just did. I mean, so really the board really has a broad range of latitude around this. I think the question at some level is this whole notion of, is the board in a place to prepare to give a date today? I think your motion indicated kind of in between of like, one, you want to see what's going to happen, is what I'm hearing. And so there would be a denial of a parole date, no date set at this point, but step down would be recommended as part of that.
I have to think about that. I want to pull my motion back.
Okay.
For a minute.
Other members have questions about what any of this looks like. Anyone in a position that would like to at least offer a thought, suggestion by way of either a motion or even just a range of thought around what you may be thinking?
Well, I will do that. I do think Mr. Reed should be paroled soon. And so I wouldn't want to see 3 years or 2 years. I would want to see begin the step down process within 6 months, let's say. And for me, that would include minimum work release. Let's see what happens. If I could do that motion, I would. I'm just not sure what that looks like as a motion.
I think it looks like just what you described. Almost, right? I mean, it could be just, that it really is, it is a denial because unless you want to set a date. What I'm hearing, at least if you can clarify this, if the way it would be that you want to move him in that direction. Really, that's what you're saying. And then you want to see how that happens, how that goes, assuming it went, well. Then you would want the board to reconvene with him and talk about what a parole date might look like. Is that fair?
I think that's fair. I think there's the sooner rather than later part. So maybe within 6 months, the step down process begins. I just don't know how that works. And that's just my motion. So there may be no support for that.
So I can just talk a little bit. I'll just give a quick sense of what that transition would look like, and then just so you know that generally speaking, if there would be that was the appetite, the movement to a minimum site can happen relatively quickly, 30 to 45 days. That can happen. How long that is would be something that we might look to the board for some recommendation from how long that looks like, and depending upon the individual and the circumstances, that we've had people go to minimum and be out minimum for 18 months and another 18 months in work release up to that, so and that might be somebody who's got a 3-year term of continuance or something like that before they're even eligible. But it really is, it's really based on the individual. And so that's what it looks like. So I cut off board member Larson just
I apologize. I was just seeking clarification. So if a motion was made, we do not necessarily dictate when the transfer to minimum happens. We just establish our desire for a step down process to begin and indicate a point in time where we would desire to reassess the status. Am I understanding that correctly? And I'm asking that not as an indication of my support one way or the other. It's really just clarification.
And I think that's spot on. And I guess what we would be looking for from the department perspective is just what is that appetite around what step down looks like. Whether that is 6 months, or whatever that would be, is kind of what is helpful for us because it would help from a recommendation standpoint of managing that. Now, of course, if there were ever any issues around discipline or those sorts of things, that would all change. And generally speaking, these types of moves are conditioned upon certain things that the board might establish. In the past that I would have established, discipline-free and so forth might be expectations and conditions for this to happen. So there is a motion. Let me see if we had at least there's a motion on the table. Is there anybody willing to offer a second? Hearing none. Is there an alternative motion?
Commissioner, can you restate the motion that's on the table, please? I got a little confused. One was withdrawn and...
Yeah, so the motion really effectively would be that it's a denial of parole. So there is no parole date given today at this time. And the recommendation would be that the Department of Corrections would initiate step-down programming, which would and we can establish other things, but that typically would include a minimum programming, perhaps work release, and then the board would establish that term of continuance that we would then see Mr. Reed again to make a decision about are we satisfied with that progress or not. If so, we could then start beginning talking about a date for possible parole release. Does that help? Any alternative options? Well, maybe I'll ask a different question. Where are members in terms of hesitation or those sorts of things?
Mr. Commissioner?
Yeah.
My hesitation stems from the couching of his personal responsibility for involvement in the crime. I tried to understand, and it's got a lot of baggage around it. It didn't seem like it was personal and ownership, and that's where I'm coming from.
Okay. Others?
Mr. Commissioner, do we have to make a decision today? I'm really on the fence, and I feel like it's a really big decision to make with very little time to think about it, with all the information that we've received.
So the one thing we generally do make decisions, although the law does provide us to with 30 days to render a decision. I don't know, when do we meet again?
It's beyond.
So we would be in a position where we would not be able to do that, because we would have to, unless we set a term of continuance. So you could establish a continuance, and for that continuance could be to an upcoming meeting date if that was the preference. But that this discussion would still obviously occur in the context of this forum. So that would be the alternative. The only way around that would be to establish a continuance to allow for a further consideration or thought with regard to this. But otherwise, we would have to render an opinion, or render a decision. So the decision effectively today, if we wanted to do that, would be to continue this matter and really continue this hearing at whatever date, a future upcoming meeting.
Yeah, without deliberation.
Without deliberation. Is that something, Board Member Alexander, that you would like to see happen?
I'm very cognizant of the stress that if we were to continue it out would put on the victims and the victim family. And so that I'm uncomfortable with doing that and having them have to continue to go through this. I'm just trying to figure out, it just feels like the board is very conflicted. And so I don't know what the best way forward is to manage that. And to also be respectful to the victim's family.
Mr. Larson, any thoughts in terms of where you might be?
I would really echo my colleague's sentiment. I'm terribly conflicted. While I certainly acknowledge some of the good work that Mr. Reed has done during his incarceration, I'm a little troubled by, again, what I perceive as a lack of acceptance of responsibility for the role that he may have played in Officer Sackett's death. And I understand he says that he was not directly involved in it. So yeah, I'm really terribly conflicted. And if I'm being honest, like I would not be ready to vote in support of parole at this moment. It's a heavy decision.
Let me ask you this, because the motion is no parole, and then there's the but. So what you would say, I think, is no parole and then a continuance period. Is that correct? I'm just trying to see how divided we really are.
From my perspective, it would be, it's a denial of parole. It's a question of, is it then does Mr. Reed stay in minimum or medium security, or is it moving to minimum security? And I think maybe really part of my struggle around minimum is a not full understanding. I guess right now I'm uncomfortable with the idea of work release, and some of the idea of being in community a lot more makes me uncomfortable. So I think that's where I'm hesitating, is minimum really meeting the level of security that I think is still needed, that might be even still less than medium security. I don't know if any of that makes any sense, but.
So just to clarify, just a concern, probably the difference, it sounded like work release really becomes the major concern there, or is it even the minimum side, and the potential for things like supervised work crews or those sorts of things that can happen when people are minimum? Is that where there's discomfort, or is it the work release side?
Yeah, I think it's more on the work release. I think it's being in community without DOC supervision. At this point, that would make me uncomfortable. If that makes sense.
Just go to Mr. Larson. I don't know, is there a place at which that you might have support for some level of step down, or is that not something that you would be willing to kind of support or look at?
At this point, it is likely not something that I would be in support of.
So maybe let's look at it the other way. Is there something that either what is it that that Mr. Reed could potentially do to increase that likelihood of being considered, which is one of the requirements we would have, no matter what. What are the things that members may feel would be necessary in order for that to occur?
So I guess for me, and this is tough because I'm not sure, if, in light of what Mr. Reed has, disclosed during the hearing today, is it something that is even, for me, it is the lack of, or what my perceived lack of acceptance in responsibility or potential culpability for ultimately the death of a St. Paul police officer. And again, I understand he has indicated he did not pull the trigger, and I respect that. But I don't know what that, I don't know how I would even articulate, what I would need in order to feel more comfortable.
Any other thoughts?
The one thought I have is there is a motion, no parole. And then I was thinking, okay, what if we do a shorter continuance? But to my colleague's point, I would kind of hate to put the victim's family through that. So that's why I'd hesitate.
Because that was one of the thoughts I had too, is that you could do a shorter term and allow people, allow the board to kind of give this some more thought. It does, put, a victim's family, community, others, in a mix of this going forward. And I guess, one of the core and fundamental questions is, I think, and this is one of the areas that the board will struggle with. It has been, I'm sure, for certainly it was for me. It goes back all the way, I think, to commissioners historically, is does full acceptance of responsibility for the crime of conviction a requirement for parole? And I think that's a fundamental question that every board member will need to struggle with. And because I think obviously if that is the individual standard threshold that people have, then in cases like this, it's very difficult to see a way forward and the possibility of release.
Commissioner, to your point, I wrestled with that for the time I was hearing these matters. But that said, I think the way this was couched, the language around it, is what made me uncomfortable. Involved in a movement that eventually led to no responsibility, no articulation of the involvement. And reading the transcripts that are part of our book from the Court of Appeals as to what the trial evidence was makes me even more uncomfortable with that lack of personal accountability for involvement as opposed to being part of a movement. I remember those times very, very well.
I do too. I was at the U during that
I
time
was too.
wearing the armband.
Well, I was at the U,
Yeah.
and I was at Carleton during that time, which was even more of a hotbed. But, and I had many of my friends who were of color. I have 2 children who are of color. But I just don't see that as accountability, personal responsibility. I don't hear that. I hope that answers your question.
No, I think that's fair. Let me put something out there just to see what it would be. The motion to deny parole, continue the matter for 3 years with the possibility of early consideration based on whatever conditions this board would want to establish. I'm just trying to see if there's a way to find some movement forward.
Point of clarification, is there something within the system that would allow getting at this accountability issue more, personal accountability that could be included as a condition?
So concerned furtherance of restorative justice options programming, exactly what that threshold would be, that would be satisfactory. I think that's the challenge. What is that tangible kind of requirement that we'd hang on to? But I think certainly further engagement and exploration of restorative justice for the purpose of really trying to ferret out with some level of clarity the issues around personal accountability.
That if we could make a determination of what that language would be like, that is something that I would potentially be open to, because again, I do want to acknowledge, some of the work that Mr. Reed has done, and just his general, utilization of his period of incarceration. I'm just really looking for something more. And some of that comes from, obviously my review of the packet. Some of it also comes from meeting with victims. So what that looks like, tough to know. Obviously, not being an employee of the Department of Corrections, and so not having intimate knowledge of what some of those things are. And I would really, I guess, turn to you in that to kind of determine what sorts of options might I think get at what I think most of the board is really struggling with.
And perhaps I think one of the things, that just to go back to one of the suggestions that even was raised by Mr. Reed was, and again, I don't want to, certainly would not ever speak on behalf of the victim's family or anything like that, but just even the involvement in some conversations potentially with police, those sorts of things, maybe ways that some of that stuff becomes sorted out. I'm just spitballing here. But that was one of the things that Mr. Reed had suggested. Just also, I think we do have, the RJ staff. I don't know exactly, what itch we're trying to scratch here, and so I think that becomes the challenge around how do we figure out what's going to be acceptable. But I think that that is certainly the furtherance of restorative justice and exploration of this issue. We could also set that, and again at the risk of the impact on the family, bring Mr. Reed back sooner. But one of the things I think that is also that we are aware of is that historically, families have not had it, people have not had a chance to see these proceedings, to hear these conversations. And so historically, this was all done by the commissioner with the advisory panel behind the screen, so to speak. And so I just, for people that may be watching, that's what makes these are really difficult decisions. I think, as you can see, trying to weigh and balance a variety of different factors. So I certainly understand the challenge that we're all facing here. So I put a motion out there. Is there anybody willing to second that?
Can you just repeat your motion? So
it would be a continuance. I'm just going to offer it as a continuance for 3 years with an off-road opportunity to be seen early at 2. Dependent upon conditions that would be put in place by the board. Would include things like restorative justice involvement, and remaining discipline free. The one thing I would say is that the department could look at the agency could look at things like, I think, as you know, recommended by facility staff was the possibility of movement to a lower custody level. That could be considered independent of the board's action. I'm not saying it will, but that's something that the facilities program review team, and we would do that in concert with making sure that there was levels of victim awareness and all those types of things. But those decisions could be made independent of the board. So that's kind of a motion.
If you're And I think I understood your motion, Commissioner. And that is something I can get behind. So I would second your motion.
All right, we have a motion and a second. We have progress. We're good. We have some progress on that front. We have involvement in restorative justice. We have remaining discipline-free as conditions. Other recommendations by the board.
Mr. Commissioner, Mr. Reed's letters of support indicate a broad range, and Mr. Ballinger's presence and comments about his work indicate he's got access to community resources. And I would like to see something included about the relationships, because I see that none of those letters talk about accountability or responsibility. And if those people are able to vouch or have some input, or if there can be relationship building that would lead to it, I think it might be helpful.
Okay, that would be good. Yep. Other suggestions? All right. So we have a motion and a second that calls for a continuance of 3 years with the possibility of being able to be seen at 2 years based on condition upon the following. That would be further involvement with restorative justice programming with a particular emphasis on exploring the notions around accountability. I would also recommend that release planning continue to be a part of that, because, and I think this speaks to your recommendation as part of that whole connection with support system and what that may mean as a part of accountability, and then remaining discipline free. Anything else that people would like to see added by way of suggestions or recommendations for programming? Hearing none, we have a motion, we have a second. I'm going to do a roll call vote. Board Member Alexander, as to the motion.
Yes.
Board Member Bray.
No.
Board Member Larson.
Yes.
Board Member Ramstead.
Yes.
And Schnell, yes. And so by a vote for one, the motion passes. Mr. Reed, parole is denied at this time with a continuance of 3 years with an opportunity to be seen early at 2. We will, you've heard some of the conditions that have been discussed and laid out here. We will provide you with a written letter that explains and describes the elements or requirements as we go forward. We wish you the best. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ballinger.
Yeah, go ahead.
Members of the public and those who are watching, we're pending the next review of Stephen Erickson. We need a short break and we'll get started shortly. Thank you.
This is our memory test.
before we begin? 2 minutes, 5 minutes?
Yeah.
Just as a reminder to everybody, I just want to remind you that the mics are on. We are live streaming. It is open mic'd. And those of you at the facility, we will be with you in just a couple minutes. Thank you for your patience.
No problem.
Thank you.
We're going to be ready to go.
Let's just call it.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Rebecca Holmes Larson, Executive Officer of Hearings and Release. We are here today to review Mr. Stephen Erickson, who is present on video with the Minnesota Correctional Facility in Moose Lake. Here with me at the Minnesota Department of Corrections Central Office is our Commissioner and Chair of the Supervised Release Board, Mr. Paul Schnell, along with the rest of the board members, Member Christine Bray, Member Raina Alexander, who is on video, Member Andrew Larson, also on video, Member Cheryl Ramstad here with us. We also have members of the public and media and others present in our room just observing today. Mr. Erickson has his son and advocate present today, Mr. Dylan Erickson. Can you hear me at the facility?
We can.
Yes, we can.
Thank you very much. There's also a staff member present at the facility. I assume it is caseworker Rachel Ninus.
It is.
Thank you very much. She is there to assist with equipment. Mr. Erickson, our records indicate that on July 15th of 1997 in Austin, Minnesota, Stephen Erickson and an accomplice armed with a stolen loaded handguns went to a residence and Erickson shot the resident in the chest, causing his death. On May 5th of 1998, Mr. Erickson was sentenced to life imprisonment in Mower County District Court after having been found guilty of the offense of aid, abet, murder in the first degree, conspiracy to commit murder in the first degree, and theft. Count 3, theft, has since expired as it was being served concurrently. Today's review represents his initial review by the board after serving approximately 27 years of incarceration, and his minimum parole eligibility date on his life sentence will occur on July 17th of 2027. Thank you. I turn this matter over to the board.
Good afternoon, Mr. Erickson. How are you today?
I'm good. How are you?
Good, thanks. I'd like to start off by asking you to tell us what you'd like to see happen as a result of today's meeting.
I've taken the time to think about this, and I would appreciate an opportunity to go to Red Wing minimum facility whenever available, hopefully here soon, so that
I can take advantage of the programming that they have there. They have a construction trade program. They have the boiler program. They have a driver's license where a person can take and get it while they're there. They have skid loader, forklift. It'd be nice to brush up on my welding skills if at all possible for future employment, if at all allowed release at some point. The possibilities there are endless, and I'd like to go in that direction if at all possible.
Could you talk a little bit with us and to the board about what makes you feel you're ready? What is it about these last 27 years that now makes you feel like you're ready to progress in the manner in which you suggest?
I've had this discussion with my caseworker quite a bit, and I'm not trying to, what is the phrase, toot my own horn, but I've done a lot of work in putting a life together that I'm proud of. I've taken programming that's helped me to see beyond my own needs, beyond my own life. Please excuse me, I'm a little nervous, so.
Okay.
It's taken me quite a bit of time, but I've appreciated the opportunities that were afforded me with the programming, Thinking for a Change, building character programs, restorative justice. All these programs taught me something that had to do beyond myself and how to look at things and the perspectives. That life isn't just about you. It's about giving back. It's about helping others. It's about being good. That's how I live my life now. I've lived it that way for quite a few years. I haven't been in trouble for a long time, and I've consistently shown that I do the programming because I want to, not because I have to. Restorative justice has been a big thing for me. When Faribault, we had a project room where we used to donate 4 hours a weekend, every weekend for almost 4 years, just to paint, decorate, put projects together for auctions so that they can go after like Ruth's House and different victim impact facilities that need the money for it, the charity funds. Building character, helping guys, I facilitate that 1 and 2 often because I believe in a person's character needs to be built before they can move forward. I think I've built myself up to where I'm happy. I'm proud of myself. My days when I wake up, I look forward to what I have to do. And that's help people. I'm an SLS mentor. I help guys every day, journeying classes, wellness self-management courses. Just getting them outside when they're guys who don't think about anything besides just isolating. I used to have a problem with that when I first came in. Isolating, thinking for myself, being selfish, impulsive. It took a lot of work to get past that, and I'd like to keep moving forward because it would feel like I would not become complacent because complacency isn't in my vocabulary. It would feel like I'm just sitting stagnant. I can continue to help others, and I want to continue to, and regardless of the board's decision on what happens, I am going to continue being better than I was. Because I am not the same man I was at that time.
How old are you now?
48. I'll be 49 this year.
So you're 48. You describe yourself as a changed person. When you look back to your crime, through the eyes of a 48-year-old man who's experienced the change that you just described. How do you characterize going up to a house and shooting somebody in the chest? I mean, how do you make sense of that through your 48-year-old kind of mind and eyes, and think back into the time when this offense occurred? What was going on then? What's changed?
I don't think there's a way to make sense of it. I think that at that time, my mindset was trash. My core beliefs were, I used to lie to myself just to get through the day. You know, when you believe certain things for so long, they become a necessary lie to live. And at that time in my life, at that point in my life, I was not a good person. I was a person who was selfish. I was a person who wanted to do nothing but make money and not be messed with. And I can't really give you a reason why it happened besides stupidity, besides not thinking. Consequential thinking is part of my life now, but not thinking then. All I cared about was me, and I can't even say that honestly that I cared much about myself. The time between then and now, I've changed in so many different ways because so many different things, little things throughout the time, has helped me see that the way I was living, the way I was viewing life, and the way I was treating others wasn't right. And it wasn't. It should be an automatic thing for most people to think that. In my youth, I wasn't a very smart person either. And that's no excuse. That's not to make light of the situation or to deflect accountability, because I 100% take accountability for my actions. But as a younger man, I don't know. It's hard to verbalize a thought process of a young person at this time. All I can say is that I wasn't sober. I wasn't thinking right. And I did something that can never be taken away.
Mr. Erickson, who was affected by your crime and how were they affected?
Well, first and foremost, Michael was. His mother, his family, his friends. My family, the community, people that live next door to the act. When I took his life, his next door neighbors had to have been scared. Everybody in the community was affected. It wasn't just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people. My actions hurt so many. And yeah, sorry.
Mr. Erickson, you said earlier that you were, I'm using my words, not yours, but you described yourself as being, reckless and not caring about others, not caring about yourself, just selfish. Those, I think, some of the words you used.
Yes, sir.
Do you think that, while people around you, family, certain friends, broader relatives, they probably know that, would it be fair to say that some of them knew that you were in a tough place, that you were kind of not following the right path?
Some, yeah. I would have to say.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. No,
I was, my foster parents at one point, my foster mother, Raymond, she was a big person who believed in me, and I let her down. She tried to help me out multiple times, but I don't think I was in the mindset at that time to accept help, want it, or think it was necessary.
So these were people that you just described believed in you. They knew that things were maybe not going so well, and that you were maybe on the wrong path. Do you think that in their kind of wildest thought that you would ever be involved in shooting a man at near point blank range in the chest? Do you think that they would have thought that?
I don't think so, no. I think that they thought I would have ended up in prison due to my actions. I didn't live a legal lifestyle, but I myself didn't think that I would ever end up in prison for this act, for taking Michael's life.
So here's I asked this question and kind of set it up this way because one of the roles of the board now, and one of the obligations that we have is to make decisions about the potential release of people who engaged in these acts, and I think, as you can appreciate, nobody wants to be wrong.
No, I definitely understand that.
And so I asked the question simply because, given the fact that people some 27 years ago would not have predicted that Stephen Erickson would take the life of another human being, shoot him during the course of a robbery at a home, help the board understand how it is that we could have a level of confidence that even moving you forward isn't contrary to the interest of public safety, isn't contrary to the interest of the community as a whole. Because that's really the threshold for us at the end of the day, is we have to make sure that, you said, I'm not the same person. And we can see in your record that you've done many, many positive things. I don't want to take anything away from you on that front. But similar to what happened 27 years ago, even though you're not the same person by most every standard, the reality is people would not have predicted then that you take another man's life, and yet it is going to be the role and responsibility of this board to make a decision that there will be a level of comfort that would not happen again. And the only person that we could ever get to that point, or I should speak for myself, is you helping both demonstrate and give us an understanding of why and how it's different today than it was then, given the fact that nobody would have predicted it at the time.
At that time in my life, I was a young man that, and please don't take what I'm saying as an excuse, because it's not an excuse, it's facts. My life was not easy, and I don't say that for empathy, I don't say that for pity, I don't say that to work in my favor. I tell you that as a fact because the way I grew up was a violent life, and honestly, all I knew was violence. At that point in my life, that's how I survived. That's how I lived. I didn't grow up with principles. I didn't grow up with morals. I didn't grow up with, I grew up with selfishness, alcohol, drugs. All I cared about at that point, when I committed my crime, is survival and, I don't know the word for it, indulging, basically. When I was a kid, I grew up in a home that was not manageable for, or should be manageable for a kid. In fact, when I got to a certain age, the state placed me in foster care due to that fact. After foster care, I felt the world owed me for everything I'd been through. Well, that's a child's mentality. That's well, since you did something to me, I should do something to you. That's the type of mentality I had at that age. When I grew up, I didn't have the support of others, not large support, or I didn't accept a lot of the positive support I should have from others that were trying to help me not turn into the man that committed the act I did. After the point of taking Michael's life, when I was incarcerated, that lifestyle was no longer feasible. Seeing people come in and out, seeing the violence, seeing the suffering, experiencing not being with my family, knowing that I did the same thing to Mike through my actions. I didn't have one epiphany that moved me to the part I am today, to the man I am today. It was a steady, slow, where I noticed things that I wasn't used to, that I paid attention to, that I learned. Like, you know what, if I don't want these consequences, if I don't want this to happen, if I don't want to be a part of this, then I got to change. I got to change my outlook. I seen people that came in and out from Austin, where I was from at that time, and they tell me about the things that are happening in Austin at that time. And they tell me about how people were talking about me and how my son was being treated, you know, due to my actions. It broke me. It was difficult to deal with in the circumstances I placed myself in. But I learned that to not move forward, to not be better than I was a disservice, not only to the Gelman family, but to my family, to the community, to myself. So I started taking vocational programming right away. I started tutoring others in reading. I started learning heavier machinery welding for like Ironworkers Union. I had an officer that turned out to be a very big mentor in my life at that time. And he helped teach me how to weld better than I thought I could. He gave me the confidence that I could be more than what I used to be, because I started to take pride in what I was doing. I started to see that the things that I was doing every day wasn't only just affecting me, I was affecting others. And I know it's kind of selfish, but that felt good. That was something I didn't have, something I didn't grow up with. And from then I just kept noticing things. The opportunities came up with restorative justice. And that taught me to not only look beyond myself, but that the ripple of everybody I harmed, whether it be who Mike used to work for, his boss's kids, because his boss couldn't come to work, the ripple is far reaching. I help people today because it gives me purpose. I find that I enjoy that. I find that it feels like every day with that purpose, not only am I making amends, but I'm being forgiven a little bit more at a time. And I'm not going to stop. I was lucky enough to be one of the people that was offered for a peer recovery specialist here. And that has been awesome. It's the resources that I get to help people with, just letting them vent, just giving them a possibility of a future hope if they take their lives seriously, if they pay attention to everything around them.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I would just open it up to members of the board to ask any questions they may have.
Mr. Erickson,
Yes, ma'am.
you completed chemical dependency in March 23, is that right?
September 15th of 23, no, 24? Or was it
23.
23.
September of 23? Have
Yeah.
you been attending Alcoholics Anonymous or Narcotics Anonymous meetings since then?
I have attended Narcotics Anonymous, not on a regular basis, but the ones that I do attend on a regular basis is ACOA, Adult Children's of Alcoholics, and Father Support Group. And then I go off on the other support groups, Narcotics Anonymous, every once in a while to check in, see if anybody needs any help. Pay attention if there's like a seminar type thing that they have where they're furthering my education in that. I attend aftercare every month, twice a month. They have it every other weekend here. With Father Support Group, it's every week. With ACOA, it's every week. Yeah, that's, I was attending Wellbriety, Celebrate Recovery. What else? Crystal Meth Anonymous, Double Trouble Recovery, that's DTR. These are all support groups that I attended and then attend sporadically besides the two that I keep up every week.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Erickson. Was it recommended as you left the program in September of 23, the chemical dependency program, that you attend Alcoholics Anonymous as well on a regular basis?
No, not that I remember. I believe they said just keep doing what I'm doing with ACOA, alcoholic adult children of alcoholics, and Father Support Group. I don't believe they said anything about AA. It's offered, but I felt that NA was more of applicable to me. So that's why I keep going back to it sporadically. Because with the two, I have with Restorative Justice, Building Character, the two support groups I go to, Peer Recovery Specialist, and all the work I do for SLS, I gotta kind of pick and choose what I have extra time for.
How would you describe your relationship with your children? Two of them were young when you were sent to prison, right? And I think your son's sitting with you today?
Yes.
I am.
Yes. With Dylan and Roxy, I think we're pretty close. I'd like to be closer, but that's going to take time, and possibly when I'm ever released, that will definitely be a part of my lifestyle is my family. My daughter right now, she's going through some hell, but she's working on herself, and I can't do anything but support that.
Do you have any spiritual connection? Is there any religion in your life or anything?
Yes, yeah, ULC, Universal Life Church.
I'm sorry?
ULC, Universal Life Church. I took some programming with them because I'm kind of, I'm not a what do you call it, intellectual in any means, but I kind of like history, so I started checking out some of the historical facts with Universal Life Church and where they came from and how in history religion has been met with different challenges and moved forward in how people feel. And with Universal Life Church, I felt like they were more acceptable of me. I didn't feel resistance. I felt like I was loved, kind of.
Good afternoon, Mr. Erickson. As I've reviewed your packet and looked at your kind of your very extensive documentation on kind of your plans for release, you talk in great detail about some of the programs that you've been involved with, which, you know, again, an extensive list of programs that you've been involved with during your incarceration. Wondering how, you know, and I'm going to kind of approach this from the perspective of, you know, kind of well, I'll just ask the question. How are you able to demonstrate or reassure, you know, the victim's family that, you know, that you're really sincere in your efforts towards rehabilitation and all of your involvement, and it's not just an attempt to kind of check the box? I know that's a little bit of a kind of convoluted question, but just how are you able to demonstrate the sincerity of your program involvement?
I would hope that, you know, the way I lived my life, that I haven't been in SEG since 2010. I've continuously committed myself to programming that's positive. Once again, not because I had to, but because I wanted to. And that the last thing I ever want to do, I never want them to have to ever worry about me. I was talking with Rachel about this. Is part of my release plan that you read was, I would really rather not have to go back to Austin, because I don't want my presence to re-victimize the family or anybody I hurt. I don't want them to have to live through that. They had to go through it once because of my actions. I don't want them to have to go through that again, to feel that fear or to not feel safe. And I've changed. And I could say I've changed till I'm blue in the face, but the only way to show that is that through my actions throughout this time period, I've worked for the betterment of myself and the people around me, and I can't explain that. I can't prove that to them. I wish I could. I wish I could tell them. I wish I could answer any questions they have. I don't want them to ever feel like they felt. So that's why part of my release plan was to not be released back to Austin. To hopefully, I put in there for Rochester, but that's in the distant future, if it's a possibility. I don't know how I would explain it. My life is not the same as it was. I'm not the same person through the trials and tribulations that I've lived through and experienced through my time in prison. I could have just been just like everybody else, just doing the time, doing the bare minimum to get by. I chose to live in a certain fashion. And that's because I wanted to better myself. That's because I wanted to be better than the man I was when I took Michael's life. So I would hope that if my accomplishments, which I don't like saying that because it seems like I'm bragging, I'm not. I would hope that my accomplishments as well as my discipline would be available to the family so that they could see that I've been consistent, that by my actions and by the things I do every day. I'm not that person I was. That's the only way that I could reassure them, except for with words. And I'm sorry.
Thank you for that.
Yep, thank you.
Mr. Erickson, I have a question. First of all, I want to applaud you for all the work you've done since you've been in. And you've been locked up for a long time, since 1987. And it's clear to me from listening to you and from reading your file, you experienced a lot of childhood traumatic stress. And I wondered, I know you've done mental health aider training, but I really wonder if you've had therapy where you are really dealing with the trauma, because when you get out, it's a whole different world. And one trigger, and if that's all sitting there bottled up, I really wonder how you're going to do.
Ma'am, part of my possibility for release plan was to look for a mental health therapist to help me deal with the changes in my life, myself, and what I'm walking out into, if that does come to be. But it's been hard work in here. I've had my family, my sons help me, my caseworkers help me. I have supportive friends that have been a positive influence and effect in my life that have guaranteed me that regardless when I get out, they're there for me. They're going to be a support network that I can depend on. And I'm forever grateful.
Do you have opportunities for therapy where you are?
To my knowledge, therapy in Moose Lake and in Faribault could only be handled sporadically because they had so many people that it wasn't something that could be, how do I say this? Consistent, yeah. They offered times, which I've taken advantage of here and there, to go and talk to people, but it wasn't something that could be accomplished consistently within the system. And that's not their fault. I mean, staffing is rough.
Mr. Erickson, is it something you'd be willing to do?
Yeah, I have no problem doing anything I need to do to better myself.
Thank you.
Anything else? I'm gonna just open it up here. Turn to your advocate and support person, Dylan, your son. First of all, Dylan, I want to thank you for being here today. I really appreciate you and your willingness to be a part of this process. I'm going to open the floor to you to provide your thoughts regarding the changes you've seen in your dad over time, and just your thoughts on what you think maybe should happen go forward.
So I'll start by saying thank you for letting me be here today. It's my second time seeing my dad in my adult life, but we've had contact over the years, many years, for phone calls every week or every other week when it was available. Since I've started these phone calls with my dad, I've really got to know the person that he is becoming and he has become. And it's since the start of our conversations, there's been nothing but honesty and truth. And from all the questions I've had about his actions and what had happened, and he has always been straightforward and sincere about what he's done and how he's trying to manage and overcome guilt and shame and all the things that he's trying to do to better himself. There was a lot of, I shouldn't say an overwhelming amount, but there was resent growing up, not having a father or a consistent father and dealing with a lot of that. And going through my own traumatic experiences through living with mom that did drugs and had things happen to us as kids, and just like, but leading into through all those obstacles, and getting to know the person that my dad wants to be, and again is becoming and has become for a lot of it. It's overwhelmingly clear to me that he wants to do nothing but what he says that he wants to do. And he wants to be that good person, that the one who supports other people, and the consistency to, during our calls, just to make sure that he's hearing me out and hearing about the stress of my life and the things that are going on with his grandkids and everything. And it's just for him to make time and to listen and to do these things demonstrate to me that, again, and just to hearing him here today, I've just kind of been more focused into listening to him rather than looking at the screen to really just hear and feel what he's feeling. And it just reassures me a lot that he's really working towards what he says he's working towards. And, I believe in, the fairness of whatever the outcome is, because, taking a life isn't right. And and there's a lot of things that go into that. And, if it's fair that he stays here forever, then that's the judgment. But if you allow him to leave, I know the things that he says he's going to do are the things he's going to do, because the man I've known for the last, I would say, 6-7 years has been an accountable man. And somebody who's, every time he says he's going to do something or start a new program or move to a new facility to start to better himself, he's there doing. So it's always something that when he says something, he's being accountable towards it. And that's an action that I've like really leaned in towards and to listen to, because again, having somebody like that come into my life is important to me. And at this point in my life, with all the other family members who aren't doing so well, I keep an arm's distance just to make sure I'm doing well. So it's something important to me that if he says he's doing something, he's doing it, and I hold him accountable for that.
That's phenomenal. First of all, I just want to say something to you. Growing up with our dad is tough. Growing up with a dad who's incarcerated, and it sounds like a mom that had some challenges. I think you are a remarkable testament to to what's possible in terms of people being able to kind of overcome. And I just want to say thank you for being here, and thank you for kind of sharing what you shared with us today. And I think really a very broad view of understanding of what this is, the reality of what your dad did, and also the recognition of the reality that change is possible. So I'm grateful to you for that. Mr. Erickson, before the board begins discussion and deliberation about next steps, I want to briefly open the floor to you to make any final comments.
I don't know what I could say that would put everybody at ease, because I can't make light of what I did. But I want you to know that life, that person is no longer me. I'm not that man that I was at that time. And I've worked hard to change. I continue to work hard. It motivates me to be better. It gives me purpose in this world. And that's something that I was lacking. I was lacking principles, purpose, everything when I was a young kid. Throughout the years, it took time. It took a lot of different circumstances and a lot of people to help me become the person I am today, and I'm forever grateful. I don't think I'd be the person I am without him. Gary Davis, he was a mentor of mine. He used to actually work for Stillwater. And after he retired, he came back and started visiting me and came every month. And introduced me to his family and had a job ready for me. And fate would have it, he lost his life due to an aneurysm. I still talk to his widow, Sandy. She's a person. I wish I could give you everything that would make you feel better about moving me forward. I just hope my actions throughout the years have proven my sincerity in how I live my life and what I do day to day. Because to try to explain everything in an hour, 27 years has got to be impossible. But I just want you to know, and anybody who's listening, that I'm sorry for what I did. There's no excuse. And that if I could change it, I would. But since I can't, I got to live with my circumstances I created for myself, my choices. And I've been doing that every day in a manner that I can be proud of. And that's all I can really do, is just continue living in that fashion, continue being a father to my kids as much as I can, anticipating being a good grandfather, a better brother. Those are the things that I strive for now.
Great, thank you so much. At this time, I'm going to close the discussion. During board discussion and deliberation, the board will not entertain any questions or allow interruptions. And with that, I would just open this up to discussion for the board. Thoughts? Board members may have.
One point of just clarification, Commissioner. If I understand correctly, this is not necessarily a consideration of parole because he's at the 27-year mark. So is it more a matter of consideration of whether or not a potential step down is in order? I just kind of looking for that level of clarification for myself.
Yeah, I think typically what would happen, I mean, the board, I think, would have the authority to go as far as setting up kind of a presumptive parole date, 3 years. So, I mean, that could be. I think generally speaking, historically, there have been a review, programming recommendations were made, and then the person was seen again at the time of eligibility for actual parole. So it's the 30-year mark. And in the meantime, you could have other programming options, or you could do step down, maybe a part of that. So yes.
Okay, I appreciate that clarification.
Thoughts on how you see Mr. Erickson doing and what, or even what things you may think that could be beneficial?
Well, I think he spent his time constructively. I know therapy isn't for everybody, but I think he really needs to take a look at that.
And I will just say that historically, the department does have the ability, and I think the board, and we have put in place times where we have referred people in this process to, participate in certain types of a therapeutic kind of involvement with a specific focus, and so that has been something that we've done in the past.
Commissioner, I guess I would move. Mr. Erickson has laid out a pretty clear plan that feels very well thought out, probably better than I could probably think it out because I don't know all the services at Red Wing, about being stepped down to minimum security, obtaining his driver's license, continuing to get certifications that make sense and available at the facility. And then I would also, continuing to attend, he's in a father's programming, continue to attend ACOA, restorative justice, the peer recovery specialist, therapy. Those would be there might be some other things that I'm missing, but those would be the recommendations that I would have, and I'd move for that.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second?
I second.
We have a motion and a second, and discussion. So I heard restorative justice, a transfer. The one thing I would just say is that the transfer stuff could be, we would look at a transfer based on a recommendation. Where exactly and what that would look like would be really dependent upon a variety of factors that the department would have to consider. But it, certainly that recommendation is acknowledged and would be looked at and implemented when possible. Any other thoughts as to conditions?
So would the specification of Red Wing inhibit the department, or would it be construed as a step down to a lesser secure department, even if he were transferred someplace that didn't have all the programming that he wants at Red Wing?
Yeah, we would look at programming that would meet the broad objectives that he's seeking, some of that vocational, some of that, the driver's license, some of those sorts of things. And that may be available at other places. It just would depend. It depends on a variety of factors that, would have to be considered around that transfer. But he would be in a minimum setting there at Red Wing if he were to go. That's the only adult male option at Red Wing at this time. If that were to be the site, but it could be one of the other minimum sites across the system as well. We just want to make sure it would match up with some of the objectives that are set forth in his plan.
Thank you.
I had one additional point of clarification, Commissioner, is would additional establishment of, so I'm genuinely or generally kind of in support of what's been proposed. However, I would not necessarily be supportive of establishing a firm like this is the date. It would more be, reestablishing, a future hearing to kind of see how he has progressed during that time. Is that level of clarification required at this time also?
Yeah, I think if and I would just, I guess I would go back to the motion really is, and I guess would be a denial of parole at this time, but really it's a movement. And I would ask this for Ms. Alexander just to clarify. Really, it's about moving him forward and initiating some of the programming that was suggested in his plan and some of the things that have been discussed here. But that ultimately he would be seen at around his 30-year, his parole eligibility date, which would generally be quite standard in a 27-year review case. It would be unusual, rare to not. Now, one of the other points I would just ask the board for some clarification and recommendation. Oftentimes, we may end up having a person who would go to a minimum site, achieve or realize a number of objectives there, including some of the things that you have put forth, and then frequently that can also include at some point in time, perhaps the last year, a transfer to a work release setting, which is a custody setting. Work release is a custody setting. It's not a parole. It's not release, despite the fact that they are in the community. They're in a contract facility for the DOC, depending upon where they are going. and they're on a work release status for that period of time. And so that is one of the things that happens commonly. Certainly not something that has to be included in this process. But I believe that was, if I'm not mistaken, it was one of the things that was in the plan that was set forth here, was to look at some point a transfer to work release, and then he would be seen at or around his 30-year mark. So I guess I would just ask for clarification if that would be included in this recommendation, or if the board would wish to do something different.
In my motion, it was correct. It was a denial with reconsideration in 3 years. And Mr. Erickson details, wanting to get a couple of years, a couple of years of work release. I guess my feeling would, I don't know. My motion doesn't have anything about work release as being part of the motion.
Great. So he would, if absent that, it would be, he would come in back before the board having an extensive period of time in a minimum custody site. So that you could see him sooner than that, perhaps a year before his 30-year mark, and then see how things are progressing. Assuming things are going well, the board could then move him to work release for that last year. That would be another option. I'm just trying to lay out the range of ways that this could look, and go from there. So, I mean, I guess I would just seek kind of some clarification or what level of comfort, given the fact that we do have a motion here. Is there a level of comfort with that? Would that be something that you might consider as a way of managing this? Almost a 2-year continuance, a denial 2-year continuance, move him to minimum, and then see him in 2 years for possible consideration of work release placement.
I'm mindful of, again, of victims having to, or the victim's family having to come back within 2 years. So that's concerning to me. If we have to, I'm uncomfortable putting them through that process again, and again and again and again. So, trying to figure out a solution that doesn't make that happen so often.
Can he go to, so he goes to minimum. Mm-hmm. We don't weigh in on come back in 2 years. Could the facility, case managers and staff, et cetera, make that decision about whether he's ready for work release after a couple of years without coming back to us?
Yeah, typically what would happen is that, assuming the range of conditions that are put in place have been met, so whatever the directives of the board are, if those things are met, then staff would really look at that along with his conduct and remaining discipline free, and then make that decision to transfer him to work release that last year. And so typically or historically, I may not be directly involved in what that looks like, but I would, as the commissioner, may set the range of conditions that would make that, allow that to occur, and the staff uses that as its guidance. And then there would be no, the person would not be seen until that 30-year review, when they would be fully eligible for parole. So, Ms. Alexander, how is that? Would that be something you might find agreeable?
That the question of work release in 2 years would be decided by the DOC?
Yeah, I mean, technically it would be statutorily that always would fall under, but I think as part of this, because the parole process oftentimes relies on step down, and it's integral, I think, to some of the ways decisions get made, and we want to see how people manage change and transition. It can, it just can be a helpful part of that process. Now, I'm not trying to suggest that if that's not what you're comfortable with, that's certainly. But I would. It's the kind of we're trying to establish kind of what that will of the board is, and in order to, I think, one, help us have a sense of what that looks like. Two, the department know what that looks like, and also second, really to help provide a level of clarity around what we're expecting for Mr. Erickson as he goes forward, and what he might what we're looking at and what we want to see him demonstrate by way of managing change and transition going forward.
If that's a motion for a friendly amendment.
I guess I'm asking if that's something you'd be comfortable with to amend your motion to that. That's a question.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, and I think you're the second on that.
I second.
All right. Any further discussion on that amended motion? So as it stands right now, we would have a denial of parole with a 3-year continuance that would be conditioned upon a involvement with a trauma therapist at the facility, involvement in restorative justice, remaining discipline-free, and a transfer to a minimum custody level facility when that can be arranged. The department would determine where and when that occurs, and that assuming that he is compliant with the conditions as established, staff could implement a transfer to work release up to and including his last year of placement, at which time he would come back before the board at his 30-year review, which is when he would be fully eligible for parole consideration. So hopefully that lays out what we're actually deciding here today. And so with that, and I would also just say that one of the things that we want to be looking at here is one of the where ultimately you live. You talked to Mr. Erickson about your desire to not be in a place that would create more discomfort for victims, and that's something that we definitely also are mindful of, and that may dictate where you're able to go, both for work release as well as for your ultimate release plan. And I just want to be crystal clear about that. So I think as you start to do planning, you should be thinking about alternatives and options that really sit in a way that can honor what might be useful or beneficial for not just yourself, but for the people who have been left behind as a result of your crime. Okay.
Thank you.
So we have a motion. We have a second. I will do a roll call vote. Board Member Alexander, your vote.
Yes.
Board Member Bray.
Yes.
Board Member Larson.
Yes.
Board Member Ramstad.
Yes.
And Schnell votes yes as well. The motion prevails. Mr. Erickson, you have got a chance to see and hear kind of what that is. We will send you a letter detailing all these requirements. But I want to wish you the best of luck and thank you for your time today.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Thank you, everyone. And those who are watching, we need a couple minutes just to transition over to the next case. We will get that to happen as quickly as possible. I realize we are running behind. The next case is Leonard Miles. Thank you.
We're also going to be moving into the hearing the certified juvenile cases. So it will have the other two members of the board with that development or psychology background join us at the table here, and it will be a part of the vote and deliberations.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. It looks like we're all set and present and ready to go. Rebecca Holmes Larson, Executive Officer of Hearings and Release. We're here to review Mr. Leonard Miles, who's present on video from the Minnesota Correctional Facility in Moose Lake. Here with me at the Minnesota Department of Corrections Central Office is our Commissioner and the Chair of the new Supervised Release Board, Mr. Paul Chanel, along with the rest of our board members. We have member Christine Bray, member Raina Alexander, member Andrew Larson, member Cheryl Ramstad, and our juvenile expert members Jody Nelson and Mr. Donald Struford. We also have members of the public present in our room here at Central Office. Mr. Miles has his mother and advocate present with him today. Thank you for attending, Ms. Riley.
Thank you for having me.
And there's also a facility staff present in the room with Mr. Miles to assist with equipment. I'm assuming, Mr. Miles, it's your caseworker, Ms. Olson?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Our records indicate on 3 different dates, September 20th, 2007, October 5th, 2007, and October 24th, 2007, Leonard Roy Miles sexually assaulted 3 separate adult women in Hennepin County. Mr. Miles was under the age of 18 at the time of these offenses. On July 11th of 2008, Mr. Miles was sentenced to 25 and a half years by Hennepin County District Court after having been found guilty of 3 counts of criminal sexual conduct, first degree, fear of great bodily harm. Mr. Miles has been classified by the End of Confinement Review Committee to be a level 3 sex offender, and if released to the community, Mr. Miles is required to register as a predatory offender. Due to new legislation regarding individuals who are juveniles at the time of their offense, Mr. Miles has the opportunity to be reviewed by the Supervised Release Board. And Mr. Miles, 1 minute, please. I'm missing my page. Here we go. Today's review represents your initial review after serving approximately 16 years of incarceration, and your confinement release date is currently February 24th of 2025. Given the changes by the legislature regarding juvenile cases, Mr. Miles is eligible to be considered for release after serving 15 years of incarceration, which equates to October 21st of 2022. Thank you. I turn this matter over to the board. Commissioner?
Good afternoon, Mr. Miles. How are you today?
I'm well. Thank you for asking.
Good. I'd like to start off by asking you the question, asking you to tell us what you'd like to see happen as a result of today's meeting.
I would like to be heard. I would like to be heard and acknowledged. I would like feedback. I would like to help from you guys, you all, my caseworker, any support. I would like that help. And I also like to go home. I'm ready to go home with my family. I got my family here to support me. My mom, my father, my auntie, my lady, they all here to support me. I like to go home. I'm ready to go home. I've been incarcerated since I was 16 years old on this case right here. Since day one, I acknowledged my wrongs. And I know I dropped the ball on my family. I know I dropped the ball when I was younger. I never complained about the time that I got sentenced. I told the judge the day I was sentenced that I take that time and I learned from it. I also told the victims that I apologize for putting us in that kind of situation and myself. That's not nothing that was in my past. And afterwards, it wasn't nothing that was in my future. I don't have a pattern of my offenses. I acknowledge them and I can't defend them. But I know I can look at my mom in her eyes and tell I would never drop the ball on you like that again. And my mom right here on my side, my father outside for my support. It says a lot. It says a lot. I came here when I was 16 and I'll be 34 this year. And they still, every single day, they walk this walk with me. No matter how it looked, they walk this walk with me. I'm ready to go home.
So you're fortunate to have a great family support. I think that's remarkable and important. Mr. Miles, one of the things that I just want to say right out of the chute that concerns me is that, in reading kind of the materials and reading, I think even your letter, you talked about the fact that, look, I will just never do this again. I don't want to ever come back to prison. I don't want to let people down. And I respect and appreciate that. But this was not an isolated incident of bad judgment.
Sure.
These were incredibly violent offenses that caused immense harm. And along the way, despite the fact that treatment program was recommended, offered, in fact, was a directive at one point in time, you elected not to do that. Can you talk about why it is that you felt that you would forego the kinds of treatment that, by all kind of from a research standpoint, would indicate these are the things that reduce a person's risk for reoffending? But what were you thinking that said I'm not going to do it?
For sure. It's not that I flat out refused to do the treatment. I actually went to segregation, and I couldn't make the treatment deadline to accept the treatment. So while I was in segregation, it was automatically called and looked at as a refusal. They gave me 15 extra days for that. But no, I never flat out refused treatment. I would have definitely, and I wrote letters while I was in segregation and after I got out of segregation. But I never refused. I just couldn't attend. I was in segregation and I couldn't meet that deadline where I had to accept that treatment. Not to defend that, but that's just the reality of what happened.
Okay, that's helpful. Then let's talk about the kinds of the conduct stuff that seem to kind of get you jammed up on a somewhat regular basis. You've been down for a long time. You're still a relatively young man. I would, especially by comparison to me, considerably younger. But when I look at that, I think to myself, where is the change when we see some of this ongoing kind of involvement in issues that have affected you and impacted your ability to do programming? Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah. Programming, it was slim to none. It really wasn't offered to me early on. They'd like to see you at the last point of your sentence to start offering programming. And the last point of my sentence was now. And anything out of COVID, it was a lot of short staff issues. It was a lot of facility issues that there just wasn't no programming at all. There wasn't no outside resources coming in. By the time something did get offered to me, like I said, it was the treatment that I was said. That's the first time anything ever got offered to me. But I was syndicized for Atlanta's programming multiple times. And that was pretty much everything at that time that I could have went to was Atlantis. And they said they wanted me to get to 14 months before they accept me, or before they even recognized that I could go. I got to the 14 months, wrote again, said I'm on the list. Nothing ever came from that. I did complete some programming, restorative justice early on, men of Rafiki early on. Had a strong attendance of religious services. I got my diploma. I did, but I can't hold you. When I first came down, my time it wasn't pretty. It wasn't like the next man's time. I came in. I had to figure things out differently. You know what I mean? It wasn't pretty for me, but I kept it pushing. I made it work. However, that looked like I ain't had no resources to guide me along, pull me out of the situations that I was in. It was grimy for me at the time. and I had to figure that part out. So it was a lot in the beginning of my sentence, a lot of back and forth with segregation. I thought I'd never get out of prison. 16 years old, 17 years old, coming in with all that time, I thought I'd never get out of prison. I seen older guys that was in prison at that point, 15, 20 years, and how they was conducting themselves. It wasn't positive conductions. It was structured in the sense of this how we move in here. This is what to be expected. And things like that. So I had to figure out early on. I had to figure out fast, like, all right, this is how we move. This is what it is. And then I come to realize, like, all that was fake. You know what I mean? It wasn't real. It was fake. So I started moving different. This is myself in the game. I ain't had no game involvements in a long time. That's not even a thing. And as far as my change, I changed a lot. Mistakes are made. I'm a human still. But it's not the same. It's not the same. And I never showed a pattern or behavior of none of my, like what I'm down for. I never had no inappropriate conducts with any staff, any inmate, never, no exposures. Nothing in the sense, nothing similar, nothing same, nothing close to what I'm here for. Like I said, I dropped the ball 100%. There's no way I could defend it. Ain't no other way to put it. It's what I ain't care. I did care. I didn't know I cared at the time. Ain't no defending it.
So let me ask you this. And this is my last question, and I'll turn it over to other board members to ask. If sitting across that table from you were the three women who you sexually assaulted back in 2007, I believe, or whatever it was, what would you say to them? And how could you face them and say that that despite the fact that treatment was recommended, that you didn't do more, whether it was stay out of restrictive housing or whatever it was? I mean, just what would you say to them about what you did and about who you are today and how you're different?
I would tell them all, hey, no matter how old I was, no matter what was going on with me at that time, they didn't deserve what I did. I ain't had nobody doing what I did to them, violating like that. It's not enough. And that won't be enough. It's not words to describe it. And then I'm sorry, 100%. I'm sorry, and I don't want to come off robotic. I want to be real. So I would let them know, even though I didn't do treatment, I've been getting treated for 17 years. Like, this is treatment. For 17 years, I've been getting treatment. It's nothing. As of right now, I have seven months left on my sentence. And that's with the good time that been taken away from me. And all actuality, this is 17 years right here for me. And I'm sorry, I just got thrown off for a second.
Let me flip that a little bit. Let me ask you this: how do you think your crimes affected the people who you victimized?
In a major way. I think it affected me in a major way. Just how they have to move now, like leaving their house, being more cautious and worry about somebody walking past them or behind them, I know it affected me in a major way. And I acknowledge that I know it affected them big.
I'm going to open it up to other members of the board for any questions you may have for Mr. Miles.
Good afternoon, Mr. Miles. I'm just actually looking for a piece of clarification. So you said, and if I'm misrepresenting this, I apologize. The 17 years of incarceration treated you. Can you elaborate on that? And part of what I'm looking for is like, so what did you learn from that would lead us to believe that that you wouldn't do that again? Like, how did 17 years of incarceration treat you?
I took so much for granted out there. I wasn't thinking straight. I wasn't thinking clear. I've been away from my family. This is my biggest person in the world to me. I've been away from my family. And I got women in my family, that strong women in my family. And it's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. Like, I'm dealing with it. I'm dealing with it for the rest of my life. This is something I had to deal with for the rest of my life. But hold my head up, look my family in the eye, say I'm sorry, like acknowledge that I messed up. And just, I can't come back to this. I can't be gone from my family for so long like that, like I have, for why I have, and come back to this, you know? Like, that's what I mean when I say this 17 years has treated me. Like, I've been gone for so long, I can't go out there, be a part of my family again, and just be gone again, and just leave again. I'll never do that I can't do that. Under no circumstances.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Question, Mr. Miles. Can you help me understand what your exposure or what your experience has been with anybody who's been in sexual treatment? And likewise, what's been your experience when you've been identified as a sexual offender, as opposed to those who have been identified as someone who's completed sexual treatment?
Me and someone that's completed sexual treatment, I don't believe I've ever been prepared. I don't think it was a scenario where I was prepared to a person. But I know my experience coming in with my charge, it was like starting new. Like, whatever you did before that would have been looked at as righteous or whatever, it don't matter no more. This is something different. Like, this is a whole new. So coming in the way I came in, all right, now I gotta show who I am from the part where you meet me at. So where you meet me is my beginning, and so forth. And how I conduct myself and how I handle myself moving forward is who I am. And I had to show that, but I had to show that differently. I had to show that with my actions. I had to show that with my words and my holding myself accountable. Don't get me wrong, there's some stand-up men. There's some stand-up men inside this building and in these facilities. I had sat down with that, held me accountable, gave me them talks like, what you thinking? Well, you know what I mean? What's going on in your head? What's you know? And then I had them other scenarios where I had to fight. I had to fight again. Not because of something I did from the point of somebody meeting me, but from what I did for getting here. And that's just how it came for me. But I never been compared to somebody that completed sexual treatment. I just never, and I'm still willing to go do treatment back in the community, however that looks. I just ain't had the chance to do it while I've been here. But it's definitely something I had looking forward to. I mean, my caseworker asked me in 2016, she came to me and said there was a victim that wanted to meet with me, one of my victims that wanted to meet with me, and would I be open to it? And I told her, 100%. Whatever I got to do, as far as my victims, whatever I got to do to make, whatever it looked like, whatever I got to do to make it better for them, yeah. So she had me, she didn't have me, but she recommended that I do restorative justice before anything like that happened. So I did that restorative justice. Got that out the way. And there was a time back in 2009, again, this is the first time back in 2009, my caseworker said it was a victim that wanted to meet me. And again, I told him 100% whatever I got to do. It never changed. What I'm saying now never changed from back what I was saying back then as far as my victims go, as far as things I did. It never worked, never changed. I still say the same thing. I apologize to my victims. It's something I can never take back, but at the same time, it's something I have to move on from. I can't sit for the rest of my life saying sorry about this. I gotta move on. I mean, I have to. I have no choice but to move on. I wanna come home. I want my own family as well. I wanna move forward.
Mr. Miles, one more question for me. Can you tell me how you understand what was going on at the time that allowed you to randomly attack the women that you attacked? Because, like, where did that come from? Right? Because if there's not an understanding of where it came from,
yeah,
how do you know it's not going to happen again? Right? Because that's really one of the key questions in front of us.
Well, I actually do know where it came from. It wasn't never a question to me where it came from. Probably to everyone else because I never really spoke on it. But I stopped caring at that time. I was just getting out of a placement, and I just stopped caring. And I thought my time was limited as well. I did care, but I didn't care. I stopped caring. My sister had passed when I was inside of a placement unexpectedly. My mom, only daughter, my only sister. And that impacted me a lot. I didn't know how to handle that grief. I didn't know how to deal with that trauma at that time. And right after that, the very next day, my closest friend got gunned down. And this hit me back to back. I couldn't even grieve my sister. And I couldn't even grieve my friend. You know, I was stuck. I got out of that placement 3 weeks later. And I didn't even go see my mom. I went straight to the streets. And I didn't care. I didn't care at that time. I ain't handle that grief well. So when you ask me where it came from, I know where it came from. I never spoke on it, but it came from me giving up and feeling like my time was limited as well. So I acted out and I did things outside my character that I had to learn from. And if I had to pay for anything, if I had to pay for anything anything I got away with doing or anything, I would want it to be this. I want it to be this because this was a pointless act, and it took a lot of my years from it, and it was pointless.
Thank you for that. At this point, I'd like to turn to your mom and advocate and supporter here, Mrs. Riley. Thank you for being here today. I want to open the floor to you to provide your thoughts regarding the changes you've seen in your son over time, and just your thoughts on where this proceeding.
Like he said, he came here 2007. This was a lot going on back then. I kind of felt like, he didn't understand how to, grieve. And, things was going on in his life as well. So, so he just took the wrong turn in life and made a wrong choices. But I feel like he learned from it. He learned from it. He got some skills under his belt, and he's really apologetic about it. He didn't really want it to cause no harm to the the females that he did it with, but it happened. It's in the past, and all he could do is go on from this point on and apologize and take the next step in life. He's been incarcerated for 17 years, and he's the treatment wasn't here for him. The treatment wasn't here for him. As he tried to get in it, during the epidemic, things that happened, things shut down, people stopped coming in. Staff was short, so, it was really no opportunity at that point in time. So now that it's at the short end of his sentence, and now it's open. But at this time, he could do treatment if that's still required out in the community. I just feel like my son, did his time, and I need him home now.
Thank you for that. Mr. Miles, I want to, before the board begins the discussion and deliberation about the next steps, I want to briefly open the floor to you for any final comments or thoughts before we close this.
I'm sorry, Mom.
I accept your apology.
I'm ready to come home, man. That's it.
Okay. Thank you. At this time, I'm going to close the discussion. During the board discussion and deliberation, the board will not entertain any questions or allow interruptions. And at this time, I would just open it up to the board for discussion.
So my sense of Mr. Miles is that he's not going to be able to have a lot of insight, just given a lot of what I've read in his file, and without any input. He's done this time, and I appreciate the separation, issue. That this can't be a good thing to go through. But I would be eager for him to have input of sexual treatment, substance use treatment, and I think with that, and significant, and over a period of time, where I think he would begin to maybe have some of the insight that we're looking for. So I don't know how that'll get set up, but I think he's, and I think just even before these acts, if you look at kind of his younger life and all the placements and things that were offered and that didn't take, it wasn't just with the offenses that he demonstrated that he had some needs. And so that's what I'm looking for.
Concur. Said well. Yes.
I recognize, and I think Mr. Miles has, expressed he has expressed regret for the impact that the offense has had on his mother and family, and it's very obvious how much they mean to him. However, what I've felt as though there is not the level of recognition of the impact to the victims of the offenses, and that's a little troubling. It's a lot troubling to me, if I'm going to be honest. You know, you said it's not his character, it's not a pattern, yet there were 3 separate instances. So I think that, you know, to the point that was raised by my colleagues, I think there is some lack of insight, and like that's a significant concern for me, that he has not had an opportunity to really dig into the insight that I think is so important in preventing these sorts of behaviors from happening again in the community. I mean, he touched briefly on, you know, that part of what triggered that is that he stopped caring, and I understand that there were some traumatic incidents that happened and some adversities, yet I don't get a sense that there's any tools that have been developed during the 17 years that will equip him next time adversity is faced. So I've got some real concerns.
Others? I think one of the things that's important, I think, for people who may be watching this as well, one of the things that's different than some of the other cases, we're not talking about a life sentence here. This is a determinate sentence, and there is a hard out in February of 2025. I think 7 months. I think is what Mr. Miles had referenced. And I would just say that, from just reading this, and I think based on some of the previous conversations, I would just say that, I would be uncomfortable, with any type of early release. I think it would be problematic in the sense that there wasn't treatment. He will go out because of the end of confinement review being set at a level 3. We would go out on intensive supervised release upon release in February. And the department will set conditions on that as a part of the standard release process. So it's not something the board would need to weigh on because it's a standard process if there was no early release granted in this case. So, I guess that's kind of what we'd be looking at. Is there, just based on some of the conversation, is there someone who may have a motion with regard to what they believe should happen today?
Well, I'll move that we deny parole. Second.
The motion to deny, been made and seconded. That motion to deny would basically just be a straight denial. And at this stage of the game, it would be, I'm assuming part of that would be a continuance to the date of his his date of release, supervised release date, which right now is February 24th, 2025, is the confinement release milestone that he currently has set. Any other discussion on it?
Can we have recommendations that we'd like him to pursue between now and that date?
Certainly, I think to the extent that we can get him into things. But yeah, if there are things that you would like to suggest, certainly.
What services would be available to help him understand what sexual treatment is all about? What support is it for the 2 or 3 steps or maybe the 5 or 6 doors he has to walk through, or steps he has to walk up to see what can be accomplished in a sexual treatment and how people have gained from that? Are those sources available, or can those sources be located, and what can he initiate in that direction?
Yeah, I think one of the things we can do is make those resources available to him, and just in terms of whether that's both peers, other people who may have gone through it, or staff on the professional side. Talk about what that looks like, even on the community side, because would not be able to access that in the remainder of his time here. But I think upon release, that could become a condition as we look at a release into the community.
Yeah, I thought the PRT recommendations were really solid.
Yeah.
In that they talked about starting the treatment if you can, and then aftercare, substance abuse,
right.
COG skills, discipline tree, all that.
Yeah, so we would look at, ask the PRT to come back to this and meet with Mr. Miles and the team, and I think that's a worthwhile suggestion, and we would, try to have him explore what that could look like. All right, we have a motion and a second. This would be a denial of supervised release, early supervised release, continuance to the date of his original confinement release date of February 24th, 2025. Roll call vote. Board Member Alexander, your vote?
Yes.
Board Member Bray?
Yes.
Board Member Larson?
Yes.
Board Member Ramstead?
Yes.
Board Member Nelson?
Yes.
Board Member Struford?
Yes.
And Schnell is yes. 7 ayes, no noes. The motion prevails. Mr. Miles, your early release is not granted. You will be continued to the February 24th, 25 date. And we will prepare a letter that will describe some of the things that we've been discussing and you've heard. We really, I think speaking on behalf of the board, I think we all want you to do whatever you can to reduce yours, because I don't think anybody wants to see you come back into prison, number one. But certainly nobody wants to see you come back into prison and causing harm to someone else. And that becomes one of the core objectives that this board has to be mindful of. So with that, I wish you well, and I thank your mom for being here today and for providing ongoing support to you. So good luck to you.
What does this look like?
I mean, so what?
All right, for those of you who are watching, we will resume in just as soon as we can be set up here. The next case to be seen is Marcus Champs. We will have some participation of victim survivors in person here at the board review today.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Oh, I remember. It's really interesting. What was the date?
Hello.
Thank you. Hi.
Hi.
Yeah.
Hi.
Thank you. Where do you guys want to sit? Do you want to sit over on this side so it's a little bit better view?
Oh, okay. Push it on.
Usually it seems like it's a pain. I think it was from earlier. Yeah, this one. Yeah.
Looks like we're just waiting to get hooked up with the facility. We are running a little off schedule, so I'm sure that we have to recruit them into the room.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Can you hear us okay?
Now we
Wonderful,
can. Thank you.
thank you.
He's just went to the restroom. He'll be right back.
Okay.
All right, thank you. And did the advocate?
You have to introduce yourself because I'm just filling it.
I'm Nicole Brown. I'm his fiance.
It's okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. We'll get started here in just a moment.
Of course, I start.
We have one board member we're waiting on. All right, we're going to begin. Rebecca Holmes Larson. I'm the Director of Hearings and Release Unit. Here we are today to review Mr. Marcus Champs, who's present on video in the Minnesota Correctional Facility in Faribault. Here with me at the Minnesota Department of Corrections Central Office is our Commissioner and Chair of the new Supervised Release Board, Mr. Paul Schnell. Also are the rest of the members of the Parole Board. We have member Chris Bray, member Raina Alexander online, member Andrew Larson also online, member Cheryl Ramstad, and we also have two juvenile expert members, Ms. Jody Nelson and Mr. Donald Strufert. There are some people present in our room observing as well. In addition to that, we also have some victim survivors here today with us that will be giving input shortly. Our records indicate that on February 22nd of 2005, Minneapolis police received reports of shots being fired near 37th Street and Cedar Avenue South. Shortly thereafter, a car transported a male victim to Hennepin County Medical Center, HDMC, where the victim died from a single gunshot wound to the head. Reports indicate Marcus Champs and the victim were from different gangs. During a car chase, Marcus Champs shot a gun from the rear passenger seat of a vehicle into another vehicle approximately 5 to 7 times, resulting in the death of the victim. On April 9th of 2008, Mr. Champs was sentenced to 27 years in Hennepin County District Court after having been found guilty of 4 counts of second-degree murder, with count 6 being second-degree murder for the benefit of the gang drive-by shooting. Due to new legislation regarding individuals who are juveniles at the time of their offense, Mr. Champs has an opportunity to be reviewed by the Supervised Release Board. Today's review represents his initial review after serving approximately 16 years of incarceration. His confinement release date is currently October 30th of 2025. Given the changes in the legislature regarding juvenile cases, Mr. Champs is now eligible to be considered for parole after serving 15 years of incarceration. This date equates to October 9th of 2022. Thank you. I turn this matter over to the board. Commissioner?
Good afternoon, Mr. Champs. Before we begin and get into questions with you today, at the request of the victim's family, Mr. Brown, Ortiz Brown, his mom will be here today, and brother Anthony would like to provide input, and I believe it is the wish to kind of speak to you directly today with regard to their feelings with regard to where this is at today. And with that, I would turn it over to Ms. Brown to begin whenever you're ready.
I just wanted to just tell Marcus that you turned our family upside down. Truly, you did. But you know, the day that court, I forgave you then, and I forgive you now. I personally would like for you to get out and make a difference. I want you to tell your story, not the story of kicking it in prison, but the heck you went through, because I know it was not a piece of cake. It wasn't a bed of roses. I know you had a hard time because I had 2 sons in there that had a hard time. That the day we lost Tay, they were in prison, and I was sitting there with them the phones on my ear, one phone from one prison, one phone from hollering and screaming grown men that they lost their brother. You know, so I know it was not a piece of cake. So I just ask that you encourage other children, encourage other people, let them know, you know what I'm saying, what happened and how it made you feel. I truly thank you for the letter. It truly touched my heart, especially the part where you found God. I mean, that's the key. And don't lose him. Don't lose him. Don't leave him in there. Take him with you. Put him in your heart and take him with you, because you're going to need him, because the same thing was happening out there when you went in. It's still going on. It's just waiting on you. You know what I'm saying? But you got to be strong, honey, okay? Be
Yes, ma'am.
strong. Okay.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Hey, Marcus, how you doing now? Anthony, man.
All right.
I ain't got much to say, but to tell you I forgive you. It's the cycle got to stop somewhere, man.
Yes.
So I'm the first to say it. It stops here. So I hope you come home, man, and live up to what you were, brother.
Thank you. Thank you.
If you don't mind, you mind if I just ask a question?
Yes. Yes.
So first of all, I just want to thank you so much for being here today. I can't tell you what it means, and I would also just say I think it's remarkable, you know, given what you all have lost, that you can do what you just did. How do you get there? I guess it's just a question I would just ask in general. How do you get to that point?
I'm gonna tell you, when it first happened, I thought I'd lose my mind. I tried to commit suicide twice, and one day I was asleep, and Tay came to me. He said, "Mom, I'm not gonna come back. If you're not coming back, why am I doing this? If this is not me dying because I want to die in your place, it's not come. If you ain't coming back, I have no point." He got a daughter. She's 22 now. She was 3, and a son that was in the oven. He's 19, I think. And God, and just say, you know, either you win or you lose. I mean, be consumed, let it consume you, or say, you know what, I gotta go. I gotta, because I had to live, you know, for these folks. Yeah.
I've been in his shoes, so I know
Not
second
shoot
chances.
nobody.
You know,
Second chances matter.
Yeah.
And forgiveness matters too, and to let him know that we forgive him.
Yes.
It's been 19 years my brother's been gone.
Yeah.
We're gonna do just keep it up. Right? Yeah. It don't work out like that, Mr. Snell.
Yeah. Thank you for that. I think, you know, when you
Yeah.
talk about it stops and
Yes,
it stops
sir.
here. I think that's something that's powerful for me to hear. I would just turn to you, Marcus. Is there anything that you'd like to say, given what you just heard?
Yes, I've actually prepared something I want to address you all with. That's kind of fitting, if you don't mind.
Please go ahead.
First, I want to thank you, Commissioner Snell, and all the members of the panel, for allowing me this opportunity to speak on my own behalf. I also want to express my gratitude to everyone who had a hand in getting the Juvenile Sentence and Prison Reform Act passed into law. I believe it is a necessary step forward. But before I go into that or discuss anything about how I've changed or the results I want as an outcome of this meeting, I first want to address something that is even more important to me. Obviously, this has the potential to be a great day for me and my family. It's a day that we've had circled on our calendar for some time now. But in that same breath, I understand that this has a potential to be a dreaded and sad day for the family of Artavius Brown. The same day that causes us joy and relief can cause anxiety and
maybe even fear. But to those people who are here representing the family, his mom and his brother, I just want to offer my sincerest apology. I'm sorry for all the pain that I've caused. I had no right and no good reason to do what I did. I had no right to take what I took from you. It was a cowardly act, and I'm not going to sit here and try to explain or make sense out of a stupid decision I made. I also want the family and everyone who was affected by my actions to know, including the people that were in the car with me, including the people that testified against me, and everyone here today, that I have no anger, no hate or malice in my heart. I'm not an evil person. I'm not a violent person. I'm not a murderer. You don't have to worry about me doing anything like this to anybody ever again. I was young when I committed this crime, but in no way do I feel that my age excuses my actions. I know now, as I knew then, what I did was wrong. I want you all to know that I take full responsibility for my actions. I regret them, and I am truly remorseful. Mr. Snell, from my understanding, this meeting is about reviewing my case and the time I spent incarcerated and to determine whether I'm ready to be released on parole. I know that I am supposed to advocate for myself, and I will do so. However, I want to be clear, I am fully aware of the gravity of my actions, regardless of my age at the time. I made a choice, and it was the wrong one. I feel that this review is not just about me. It's about the broader implications for society. The outcome of this hearing and my response to it are significant because similar crimes continue to happen today. Young men with undeveloped brains are making irreversible decisions that lead to more tragedy. What I do after this hearing will affect not only my future, but potentially influence others who come after me. And that's a responsibility that I do not take lightly. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. At this time, I would just like to open it up for questions to any members of the board who may have a question of Mr. Champs.
No question, but I do have a response, if I may. What I appreciate so much about what I would call development is to be able to look at both sides. You showed me three sides. What you've gone through and your sense of, I don't deserve this, but I want this. You're able to look at the other parents and family who lost. And thirdly, you're able to look at what good for the bigger picture can come from this. I gotta applaud it. Gotta applaud it.
No, man. Thank you.
Other thoughts? I'll get to you.
I wasn't sure if board members could cry or not, so now I'm pleased to see that was the
human.
When you were talking, I'm like, I don't know that I have a question. As you know, but I'll make a comment too. I think Mr. Champs, just reading all the letters of support just gave me a lot of hope that you have, that people think that you are worth the trouble. And so, yeah, and now to see the support that you have from that family, I just have a lot of hope.
Others? Anyone else want observations, thoughts?
I can't say anything more eloquently than what's been said.
So I'm going to return to.
Sorry,
No, no problem.
I just wanted to tell Marcus, it ain't you coming home the best day for you, and sorrow for us. Don't think about it like that. We appreciate that, but we'll be happy if you was walking these streets too, brother. So we ain't sorry. It ain't sorrow or pain or regret, nothing, man. Come on home, man. We didn't went through this already, so and it's good too. So yeah, it's good out here, brother.
Can't stay in that jail.
You gotta quit crying too, man, because you're gonna make me cry.
Me too, I'm crying.
Let me a little bit scattered here, but
Okay, that's okay.
That's okay. Yeah, Ms. Brown at the facility there, sitting next to Marcus. You're here today as support of Marcus. Anything that you would like to offer to this?
I feel like ever since I met Marcus, he has been evolving, trying to grow. He's always shown remorse to me. I think he is as mentally prepared as he could be to be released. We have looked into a lot of resources, so basically we're just waiting on when he can get out so he can start moving forward and follow through with those resources. We've looked into college classes for him. But again, that's reliant on when he would get out. But I think he's as mentally prepared as he could be, and he has a big support group behind him, ready to help him through everything that he needs.
Excellent. Thank you so much, and thanks so much for being here today. So at this time, I'm gonna close the discussion. I don't know that there's much else that needs to be said, but and just open this up for board conversation and perhaps some thoughts around next steps.
Well, let's send him home.
All right. So is that a motion?
Yes, I make a motion to pardon him.
So we would be granting, pardon would be outside of our authority, but we would be looking at a early supervised release. And it would be a motion to grant parole, to grant supervised release. We would, we have a little bit of work that needs to be done on our end that we would need about 60-ish, it's between 60 and 90 days, but it sounds like just based on some of the plan stuff, probably closer to the 60 side to get the release plan all finalized, agent assignment and approval done, and those sorts of things. So, we would be looking at about 60 days out from now, if that was the wish of the board.
I second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, I would do a roll call. What will happen, just so people know, is that this would go into effect. HRU and the department would establish those conditions of his release at that time. So we'd start for the vote. Board member Alexander, your vote.
Yes.
Board member Bray.
Yes.
Board member Larson.
Yes.
Board member Ramstead.
Yes.
Board member Nelson.
Yes.
And board member Struford.
Yes.
And Schnell is a yes. 7 ayes, no nays. The motion prevails. Mr. Champs, congratulations. You will be released.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. It'll be about 60 days
for
this, and your case manager and others will begin working with you to get an agent assignment going and go from there. In the meantime, continue to do what you're doing, all the good stuff, and continue to refine that plan and all of that kind of stuff, because that's all part of going home. Okay?
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Right on,
Thank
Mark.
you.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
One quick second, just one.
Marcus Champs, hi, Rebecca Holmes Larson. I'm the Director of Hearings and Release, and I will be the one approving your release plan. I just want to give you a few brief comments about release plans because, for one, victim contact. Normally, on a standard condition of release, you are not to have any contact with prior or past victims. Of any past victims or current victims. So we will have to have some discussions with your agent about that condition in regards to what release looks like for you and what any surviving victim people would want that release to look like. So we'll work through that piece. You also need to know that you will be on intensive supervised release on a GPS. So we'll work through that as well. But if you ever have any questions, feel free to give me a call. This will take a couple months to get pulled together.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Congratulations, sir. Good luck to you, and thank you to the family of Octavius, and we're grateful. And with that, we'll conclude.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you so much for being here.
Yes, thank you guys. All right, Marcus, get out and take care of that baby.
Thank you. Thank you.
I know she should be 19, huh?
Yeah, he's 19.
I know because he was 3 months, right? When you went in. Yeah,
Yeah.
I remember it, honey. You see, I remember it. Okay. So you do what you got to do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you guys so much. Let me come around here. We do hugs, don't we? Yes, we do hugs. God is good. God is amazing. We can't do nothing without him. You know that? Can't even stand up straight. Yes. Be blessed. You stay seated. This is how we do it, church. We do. Yes. Yes. That's how we do it at church. Thank you guys for letting us be a part.
No problem at all. Thank you.
This lady here, she's an awesome lady, y'all. She did a lot. Thank you, baby.
At the hearing, is that something?
Out of breath.
What are we doing? Unless it's requested. But it's not.
So, folks online that may be watching, we're going to be coming up to our last one here, and bringing in the next case, the final case for consideration here momentarily. So,
Yeah. Oh, we're on schedule.
we are back on schedule.
How did that happen? Christina. No. This is a hearing. Wasn't that amazing? Yeah. That shoots my theory that we can't really want it. Yeah. Yeah, that was good.
Yes.
With emotional labor.
Yeah.
I'm trying to be all cool.
No room.
Next to you, Dawn. I'm not sitting next to you.
I'll miss you.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Rebecca Holmes Larson, Director of Hearings and Release, also one of the assistants for the Supervised Release Board. We are here today to review Mr. Adrian Williams, who's present on video from the correctional facility in Faribault. Here with me at the Minnesota Department of Corrections and Central Office is our Commissioner and Chair of the new Supervised Release Board, Mr. Paul Schnell. Along with the Commissioner are the rest of the board members, Member Christine Bray, Member Raina Alexander, Member Andrew Larson, Member Cheryl Ramstad, Juvenile Expert Member Jody Nelson, and Juvenile Expert Member Donald Strufert. We also have members of the public present in our room observing today. Mr. Williams has his aunt and advocate present with him today, Miss Lisa Clemens. Is that correct?
I'm not his biological aunt, but all the kids called me that back in the day, and they still do today. But Lisa Clemens is my name.
All right, I appreciate that. Thank you very much. There is also a facility staff member present in the room with Mr. Williams to assist with the equipment. I'm not quite sure who's with you. Is it your caseworker?
Yeah, she set up the equipment, and then she...
All right, wonderful. Paula Wegman, that would be. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Our records indicate that on July 21st, 1995, in the city of Minneapolis, Minnesota, Hennepin County, Adrian Williams shot and killed a juvenile male, A.B., date of birth 10/14/78, who was riding a bicycle. Williams fired 5 times at the victim. 1 round struck the victim in the back of the head, causing his immediate death. On April 22nd of 1997, Mr. Williams was sentenced to life imprisonment in Hennepin County District Court after having been found guilty of the offense of first-degree murder. Mr. Williams was previously reviewed by a commissioner and advisory panel on July 26th of 2022 and continued for 2 years. On January 9th of 2024, Mr. Williams was again seen by the commissioner and advisory panel. After a discussion about the letter he submitted to the commissioner and the information he shared at the review, he was given a continuance until he could be scheduled to be seen by the Supervised Release Board. Today's review represents his 3rd review after serving approximately 29 years of incarceration, which includes credit for the time served that was applied by the courts. His minimum parole eligibility date on his life sentence was originally July 22nd, 2025, but given the changes in the legislature regarding juvenile cases, Mr. Williams is eligible to be considered for parole after serving 15 years of incarceration. This equates to July 23rd of 2010. Thank you. I turn this matter over to the board. Commissioner?
Good afternoon, Mr. Williams. How are you today?
How you doing, Commissioner?
Doing all right. I'd like to start off by asking you to tell us what you'd like to see happen as a result of today's meeting.
There's a couple of options. I mean, of course, obviously, I would like to see the best for myself in getting out of here and just moving forward with the situation. But also, if that's, alternatively, I think, yeah, that's pretty much what I would like to see. Let me stop with that.
Okay. So you would like to see release. So talk about what that would even look like.
I can't hear you clearly.
Talk about what that would look like.
As far as getting out.
A release, what you're.
I got a real good outline about being released from here. Whether it be, I have addresses as I submitted in other letters of going to family, friends, or family's house. I have about $20,000 saved up between my prison account and the outside bank account. I have resources, Aunt Lisa and the community. It's a lot of people, really stepping up to the plate for me to help me on the outside of this situation. And that's a lot of pressure coming for me, because it's a lot of people that put their neck on the line. Aunt Lisa this isn't something that she took lightly, And as far as jobs and continuing education, that's one of the most important things to me. I just put the application in for the LSATs to do through the All Square program. And so I would definitely continue doing education. I actually enjoy doing and would like to continue going, try to complete law school. But yeah, I'm pretty set.
Right. What makes you feel you're ready to be released?
Just everything that I've been through, everything as far I'm mentally ready, I'm emotionally ready, I'm physically ready, I'm financially ready. And I got a lot of support outside of the system to help me for the blind spots that I don't see. I'm not naive to the fact there's a lot of things that I don't see. I've been locked up since I was 15 years old. There's a lot that I don't see coming, and that's what my curiosity is based off of. Like, I'm always curious about what's going on out there, and, I keep striving to see and figure things out, but there's just something I'm not going to see, and that's why I have such a big support network around me as far as keeping me focused, keeping me on track, accountable. And as far as like the healing process, I've dealt with that. I've dealt with, trying to reach into the community and try and heal the community as well. That's something I didn't take lightly while I've been in prison.
Let me ask you about just a couple of things. One, you've had some discipline reports. Going back into 24. What's that? Is that the blind spots that you're talking about? Is that what that is? Why are we seeing that at this stage of the game?
The discipline reports, as far as like the financial stuff, having excess money, that's a blind spot. I'm not going to minimize that. The vending machines are broke. There are reasons for it, but I could have seen it and prepared for stuff like that. Coming down to these classification systems that's the transformation of dealing with that was something that I didn't see coming. And I didn't think it was something that would impact me the way it did,
And what about the February 24 stuff where you ended up having some restrictive housing placement? Talk about that.
February 24th of this year, right?
Yeah.
There was some issues going on with some outside people. All right. It's in the record that I used to be a part of a gang, hence why I'm here. And a lot of those people didn't want to see me walk away from that situation. This has been an ongoing situation with these guys. Before you spoke to me and you told me if something like that continues to happen, to bring it to staff's attention. After the last incident, I've actually went to OSI. I actually went to sergeants and lieutenants, and I made sure there was a paper trail behind it. Like, once they started putting weapons in my rooms, signing notes and drugs and stuff in my room, I've started reporting it to staff because I've never been in trouble for anything like that. Of all the discipline I've ever had, I've never had anything to do with something like that. And there's a track record now that I've, following your direct advice, like if something happens like that coming from your past, you need to start, getting involved with staff. It wasn't uncomfortable. I mean, it is what it is. I'm not going to sit there and risk all of this for something like that behind people I don't even associate with no more. So you can check with the OSI records and you'll see that I did report that to them. Even when I went to discipline, I asked them to review the tapes so they can see the source of the problem, where it began. And I did as much as I can on my end from that part, but there was still discipline imposed. You're correct for that. Yeah.
I'm assuming, when you look back, there was some of the the assessments that were done indicated that there's still kind of a moderate kind of risk of future kind of involvement. How do you make sense of that?
I mean, honestly, anybody can be at risk for doing anything, but going through this and seeing the risk versus reward factor of what I've been through. I'm 44 years old now. I turned 44 January 2nd. I've been here since I was 15. I don't want this to be the rest of my life. I don't want it to be another minute of my life. As far as like dealing with people, like I literally had to, when I decided I wanted to leave things alone, that was a hard decision, but it wasn't a hard decision. Do I want to continue going to the hole? Do I want to continue worrying about if somebody's going to hurt me? Do I want to continue dealing with stuff like that? So to answer your question directly, it's not a hard decision to stay out of trouble. When I got in trouble for the most part in the past, before, there are times I've been in trouble for things I have not done in prison, but for the most part, I've consciously gotten in trouble. So as far as getting into society and dealing with things in society, that's something that Aunt Lisa, I got her and like all her nieces and nephews, we grew up with each other. When I talk to them, they don't tolerate. She don't even let me swear. I can't even say a swear. It's like there's so much accountability there. If you look at Kiara, and you look at her, she's Detroit police officer. I just read her support letter. I didn't even realize that she said she would turn me in if she even catches me doing something out of pocket. Now, Lisa's the same way. I got people around me that the accountability is not just a word here. This ain't something this ain't lip service we're talking about here. These are people that's really going to be like, hey, you mess up, I'm seeing you get back. I'd rather this that.
So I appreciate that. I believe that about Ms. Clements. I have no doubt, right? She's run a tight ship, so there's no doubt about that. My concern is, having good and important and supportive and people around you is really critical.
Yeah.
I'm concerned about you, not them. How you did an interview with one of the local news stations. How did you talk about how you felt about that after it broadcast?
The interview, I felt like it was edited and chopped up. I wasn't media trained, and I didn't expect the way I was answering the questions and the way they were edited, it was off. I was answering, she would ask me about the past, and I would vividly express like, this is my past. And she had, she didn't come in naked. She had everything from my past to talk about. She knew what she was asking questions about. So when she asked me stuff, I would tell her, and she would say stuff like, how do you feel about the people you hung with? And I would say things like, those are people from my past. These are stuff that those people did. This is stuff that we were involved with when I was younger, but I moved away from that and I changed. But when you see the edit version of that, it was almost like salacious. I was like, wow, that's not what it didn't come across how the interview came across, and I didn't appreciate all of it, but it was still said,
Okay, so how would you guess that it may have been that some of that stuff could have been received by people who watched it? Like what was how do you think, what was the message that may have been left to people who watched that?
Lisa, how did you feel?
No, I'm asking you.
Oh, me. Actually, I did ask I asked several people. I even asked the staff in here about it because a lot of them would just come up and tell me they saw it. And it was mixed reviews. Some people was like, yeah, the staff that was in the room was like, man, that really got edited differently than how you spoke it. But I can see where it could be taken out of place. But a lot of people saw the good that came from it when I was talking about the past, because that was strictly my past. When you hear the bad parts of that, I'm not out there talking to. Do you listen to my phone records? How I talk on the phone? I don't talk to people from my past. I don't even listen to music from my past like I used to listen to. When I'm done with something like that, it's over. So I can get where you're getting at. I appreciate that, but a lot of people really saw something in it. And a lot of people say, yeah, I understand, like, you're not media trained, and a lot of things might have been taken out of context. But a lot of people, like the other inmates as well, was like, wow, I didn't know you came that far. I didn't know you went through this. I didn't know you came that far. I didn't know you knew all of this stuff. And yeah.
I wonder if you ever gave thought to how it might have come across to the people who are left behind as a result of your crime.
I did think about that, and I did comment on that in the interview. It was left out, and I wrote several apology letters to, and inside of those apology letters, I discussed a portion of, we were involved with stuff from the past, and there's no victim blaming at all in this situation because we were two kids pitted against each other by older people manipulating children. And not to take, accountability away from myself, because I did that. I did what I did to get here. I put myself in this seat. I still, at the end of the day, I made the final decision to carry that pistol and put myself right here in this chair. And I accept that fate, and I accept the fate of this room. But on the flip side, the people, Artis Brown's family is somebody that I really do think about that a lot because, like I wrote in one of my apology letters, I never realized until his father spoke at trial, this guy, he was pitted against me, but he was raised by his father how I was raised by my father. His mother was an absent mother the way my mother was an absent mother. We had so many similarities that if we would have really sat down and talked it out like you're supposed to, we would have probably been great friends. It was so heartbreaking to hear how much our lives was so much alike. We were like parallel lives. It was all the way until the end. He's a couple years older than me. I was born in 80. He was born in 78. But our lives paralleled each other so much. And I learned more in prison about him. As I came into prison, I learned more afterwards. So that, I understood, the healing aspect that family, I met his family members in prison and their healing came through me. And that was something that struck me. And once I began to move through the system, I think the last few years as I bounced from prison to prison and I would see people that knew the situation, that interview brought people out that knew that case. It brought his family out. It brought people to me and they were like, tell me what happened. Tell me what's going on. You never talked about it. And I was able to give them healing through me. And that was something that I didn't expect, that their healing was going to come through me. I never expected that. I expected violence or retaliation or anger. It never came in that form. It came in, they wanted to talk. They wanted to hear something from me because I never spoke. They didn't know about no letter apology bank. I was showing them letters, in Lino and in here and, stuff like that. And it was crazy to me. And the humanity in that was just really, it grounded me even more,
So your indication is that you've addressed this with the family member of your family.
Yeah, I have seen he had brothers. And I think he still has a cousin here, if the guy's still here. And after that interview, I was walking the health service one day and he just I didn't expect somebody to come up to me. He came up to me very slowly and I kind of got defensive and I'm just like, oh, here we go. And he was just like, hey, that was my relative. Is it okay if we sit down in the yard one day and talk about it? And I was just like, what? And it just blew I'm just like, wow, And that just kind of I didn't know what I was going to say to him because we didn't talk right away. He walked up to me and I was still nervous. I was shaking. But eventually we sat down and we talked. We talked the whole yard time and we talked a few times. I haven't seen him.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's still here because we don't interact. But yeah, it was pretty. It was. I mean, I don't even have the words to say what it was.
I might just caution that. Remember that you may talk to one or some. But be careful, right, about overrepresenting.
Yeah, I get.
Okay, so let me finish before you jump in. And I think this has been one of the things that if I've had a concern, over the course of time, and I've shared this with you, that, it has been some of this lack of stability stuff and whether that was, some of you had at one point, when we saw you had a person who was involved with you, it was your advocate, your girlfriend at the time, large plans, those sorts of things that kind of fell apart. We don't need to get into that today. But I think it's this kind of a stability, this level of I mean, there's no doubt, Mr. Williams, that you're a very bright guy, and you've accomplished much on the academic front, which I think speaks to that. But as I've said before, and sometimes I'm not always sure that, and I think you kind of alluded to this maybe at the beginning, that that maybe you're not always aware of how you might come across. Is that what you were referring to?
As far as, can you elaborate?
You kind of had said, this accountability of kind of having, making mistakes, or you're going to, be in a place where you can get feedback and so forth. Is that what you're referring to? Around, being able to see things in yourself that you may be blind to because of your age when you came in?
I put sort of, yeah, I was talking on a larger scale, but that as well was inside of that. I kind of put myself under, I'm hard on no matter how hard the staff are, that the system is, I'm hard on myself. Like when I mess up, like I'm down on myself more than, because I'm putting myself under a microscope more than anybody else will. When I'm doing something I'm not supposed to be doing, I'm like, it's human to actually do things. It's human to do certain things. But what's not human is to stay in that negativity, that zone, that bad place. You say you change, you got to pull that back. You can't be sitting there dwelling in bad places like that. If you see yourself, if I see myself falling off, which is you're in prison around a lot of negativity. So it's easy to get veered off and look at something the wrong way. But I'm hard on myself about pulling that back in and being accountable. Like, nobody else, is going to sit here and help me but me. I'm the help I'm looking for. So this is the big situation when it comes. And I'm really hard on myself about that. A lot of people, they think I come down on them and put them under a microscope. And I realize, like, with the situation you were alluding to with one of my advocates, there was stability there, but I'm also put people under a microscope in a negative light because I'm under a microscope so much. And I'm in my own head a lot when it comes to a lot of things like that. And it's like this prison culture, comes out in every relationship. If you're in here and you have an outside relationship with your mom, your dad, your sister, your brothers, your girl, it's going to be some level of prison, something coming out of you. You might, vent to your dad one day and talk to your sister this next day, and you might have an attitude with your sister that you wouldn't have with your mom or your girlfriend. And it's just, I'm hard on myself about every aspect of my life. Education, as you said, programming, health, like it's because I just don't, this isn't where I fit in. This isn't, I did what I did to get here, but this ain't it,
Thank you. Open it up to others for questions.
Well, I'm curious, Mr. Williams, why did you agree to do the interview?
Oh, it was about coming up at the time that I was coming up for the first hearing. I was one of the first, I didn't even know that I was one of the first people not the first, but I was one of the youngest that was in the system at that time of my age and stuff like that. And there was a lot of questions presented. And they were just asking me how I felt about, being in prison, the law and stuff like that. And that's what the interview was supposed to reflect. That was the primary basis of the interview, talking about the new law, the changes, how I felt, my accomplishments. And I agreed to it, to answer your question directly, because a lot of little dudes in here watch me. A lot of people from my neighborhood that's not from my neighborhood that see me come up in prison or that just come in, they hear the reputation and they watch, they see how you behave. They mirror the behavior of somebody that comes from their environment or they perceive comes from their environment. And I'm just, in my mind, I'm thinking, let me talk to them really, even with the graduation situation. I wasn't going to agree to walk across the stage until I had to really think about it. I told the education director, like, yeah, I'll walk, but I want you to make sure that the students, the GED students are, the other people that's behind me that I'm always encouraging to join education. I want you to make sure that they're in that room as well. I don't want to be in a room with just all the college kids getting, the award. I want people to see, that this is something that if I can do it, you can do it. Then if I can change the bad behavior, you can change that bad behavior. This is real. This isn't just lip service. Like I said, I'm really walking what I'm doing. This is hard work. It's never going to be easy. Even outside, it's not going to be easy. I don't expect a cakewalk when I walk through the doors. So.
Thank you.
I have a concern that the last there's distinction between his developmental status review and the risk assessment. And without direct interviews with the incarcerated individual, I think that last review is somewhat limited. Or there's a different impression when I hear you talk than when I hear you write. In terms of the force of the energy that, and the diversion of the topics, that happen.
What is?
So I say that I see this final report is incomplete because there's no direct interview by the examiner with.
So just to provide some context around that. The review is the psychological review is assessments that have a life of 3 years, and then that's why. And
I understand.
So I'm just providing that explanation.
But most of the other reviews that I've seen, they spent at least 4 to 6 hours one-to-one discussion.
There would have been in the original.
I'd like to see that again with this gentleman.
May I ask your name, please? I can't.
No, Struford.
Struford?
Yeah.
That was it. We just didn't hear what your name was when you introduced yourself.
Oh yeah, I didn't know who I was talking to. That's all.
Okay, we're clear. The other thing that did come up on this report, would like your comments on it. Let's see, where are we here? Well, basically, it was concerns about your relationship to authority, or response to authority. Any comments on that?
In what setting? Like in the past or in prison, or I don't understand that.
Where do you get along best with authority?
I don't.
Where do you
really
think what skills, or where have you demonstrated some compatibility with authority figures? Or where have you been able to work together with authority figures?
Oh, wow. Oh, in the old jobs, I've got support letters in my file from old bosses that are authority figures, guards, a lot of situations where I don't really have too many problems with the staff as far as like butting heads with staff. I'm not in a position to win. You can't win. You know, there's no way to. I don't even put my energy into arguing with them or dealing with confrontation with them. I haven't been to you look at that discipline record, it's not too much me arguing with staff or cursing out staff no, that's not what no. Okay. But I don't have authority as far as like directly. No, I can't. I mean, it might, of course, in 29 years, you might have had a bad day. I'm human. I might have had a couple bad days in 29 years. Yeah, I admit that, but it hasn't been like a ongoing negative behavior, bucking the system with staff in my history or my discipline record. So,
okay. This led to the recommendation for a need for improved conflict resolution and communication skills.
Can you understand that?
He said the need to improve conflict resolution and communication skills.
Okay. What was the question about it? I didn't understand.
You think that would be helpful or needed, or? I'd like your response to that, please.
Actually, I'm a communications major. So when it comes to conflict, I'm actually pursuing law. I deal with conflict. I've taken a lot of programs to deal with conflict. If you look at the certificates and accomplishments, my dealing with conflict is pretty easy. Especially there's always a conflict flying in your face out here. There's always room for conflict in prison. Trust me, there's people just walking down the thing looking for it. It's how you deal with that. It's on me how I deal with that. The energy I put out with that. How I, see somebody's, and if I see somebody's hostile coming at me, it's like, hey, what's going on? Let's talk. You know what I mean? It ain't me just like, hey, trying to meet negativity with negativity. that's not going to get me too far. I'm not a kid no more. You know, I'm not sitting here looking for the argument or chasing down the fight, or that's not something that, you know, adult Adrian does. You know, you're not going to see too much of that in my track record. So I can deal with a lot of conflict in so many different ways. You know, I've actually taken many classes on conflict resolution, in fact.
I understand your confidence in the area. Thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Williams, I just had a quick follow-up question, and it's really just for clarification on my end to make sure that I'm understanding it correctly. Yes. So the February 24 disciplinary report regarding, and it's not real clear in the records here, is it your assertion that somebody planted drugs on you because of a previous affiliation to kind of to derail any of your efforts at parole or early release?
It's on tape. While I was in health services, somebody handed me a $5 bill. Then walked back to the unit. They got it on videotape. The guy who handed me the $5 bill is the son of one of my former gang members that I used to run with. Actually, somebody who turned me in to the police. At the end of the day, turned around and traded me into the police. And I wrote that in one of my personal letters in my first hearing in 2022. There's been an ongoing issue between that faction and me moving away from that situation. And it's on tape that you can see him doing it. And I reported it. When I went to discipline, I say, look at the tape. Look at at the end of the day, I still had it in my pocket. But they also saw that something was put in my pocket and on the videotape. And they agreed with that. They wrote it up. OSI looked into it. They told me they'll document it. They told me if you guys wanted to look at the records on it, you can just go to the file and look it up. And you can look at the audio tape and you can see what's there. And it is from the past. This is not the first time that stuff has happened like this. This is one of, I think, one of two times that I've been in trouble directly. Usually I did find stuff in my room and I was reporting it to the unit lieutenants. And, you know, after Mr. Snell told me the first time when the first issue popped up in line, I'm telling them like, hey, look, there's problems coming from my past. And, you know, I need you guys to, if you're not going to listen to me, at least document me telling you this, that this is happening, that I'm finding pills in my room, that I found a knife in my room. Even the guards tell me, if you bring that to me, I'm taking you to the hole. So I'm in a position where I got to just dispose of stuff because I'm not trying to go sit in the hole for a week or two while they figure it out, while I'm, you know, ruining school and all my programming and stuff like that. I throw it in the trash, but I still report it. I'll still go to lieutenants and tell them that, go rewind the tapes on this day and go look at this and try and do something, you know, just make sure this stuff stops happening, you know. So to answer your question, yeah, there is problems coming from my past. I walked away from some people who they're miserable, you know. That's all I can say, you know, they're miserable.
Okay. No, I appreciate the clarification. I wasn't super sure, and I thought you had kind of intimated it at that, so I just was looking for a little clarification. Another question I had real briefly, and then I'll let others chime in. One of the things you mentioned earlier was how kind of that prison culture sort of always comes out. So if you were granted early release, so what skills, what is going to stop that prison culture from coming out in how you're handling things in the community?
That's a good question. That's a question I worked on a lot with Aunt Lisa here, Shane Price, Power to People, Leadership Development Institute, a lot of programs I'm involved with, anger management, victim impact, restorative justice, all of that. And, you know, you would have asked me the same question back in 2013 or even 12, I would have not had an answer to that. I would have been like, oh, I don't know. But the thing is, there's things in here that you realize you're doing it just because you're in here. And there's things I realize the way I talk, you know, it's a bravado. It's part of this, you know, you don't want people to walk up on you and beg you for things or use you. So you get a little direct with telling people no. So in society, you're not going to be, excuse me for my language, but you're not going to be so disrespectful or a dick to people when it comes to stuff like that. And I know this is a different environment. I don't have to be so defensive. I can start letting some of that stuff down. And that's why I've got a support system. She called me out the other day on the phone what was that you called me out on the other day, something I did on the phone. She told me it was about the LSATs. I said, I got this in the bag, Aunt Lisa. I'm beating when I wrote my statement. You got to write a personal statement before you get to take the LSATs. And I wrote a statement. I said, man, I beat everybody. She said, what? You don't talk about people like that. You wish them the best. You just wish that you do better. You don't have to push other people down so that you can stay. And I thought about that and I'm like, yeah, that's prison culture, making me feel like I got to use people, to move up, it's this dog eat dog world in here. And I realized that's just something that, after 29 years, you got to be like, hey, look, it's not like that when you're back in society. Everybody's just trying to do the best they can. You might be a little bit better than the next person. But hey, so to answer your question is there are going to be instances, of course, you've been locked up. There's going to be instances of small things happening. But the big things is that stuff I made it my business to pay attention to. I've been digging into myself for the last decade. Once I said I was really walking away from stuff before I had a chance at parole. I didn't have a chance at parole in 2013. I just did that because I didn't like who I was. I started doing programming. I started doing education. I didn't like the person I was. And that's what made me start changing. There wasn't even no new law to face. I didn't like who I was feeling like. Waking up every day with that negativity on my shoulders. I didn't like that. So to start weeding that out and reprogramming that took time. That took time and it took mistakes. I was still getting in trouble because, I'm still in this situation. But as soon as I catch it, I'll fix it in real time. You're not going to see in my discipline report me making the same mistakes over and over again. You're going to say, oh, he made a mistake. He fixed that. And then he took a bunch of programs after that mistake. And he's not going back to that stuff, So I hope I answered that without, going all over the place.
No, you did. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah.
So I have, I guess, two really quick questions. I'll ask the second one first. You mentioned Shane Price. You didn't have a support letter from him. I was curious why.
I do have a support letter from him. I have several.
I didn't see it in your file.
Oh, you probably have. No. I got a support letter from Shane Price. I got address from Shane Price in there. I'll talk to my caseworker about that if you didn't get that. That's what I talk to my caseworker about. You should have got that. Yeah, he gave me a support letter. I just talked to Shane about a month ago. He's always busy. He's all going around the world and stuff like that. I stay talking to him. He's always been somebody, him and Aunt Lisa, they got the same, two different worlds, but they got the same statement.
Thank you for clarifying that. I was curious, but really, you have Lisa Clemens sitting next to you, and you are a well-known person in the community, and I've been curious, how did you guys make that connection? Do you go way back, or how did this happen?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, well, let me tell you. I was just a little snotty-nosed kid. And Aunt Lisa's nieces and nephews, we all grew up in the same neighborhood. And we always, about a year before I came to prison, I was in a boxing program. Let me back up some. I used to box. I used to play football. I used to wrestle. I played all the sports. And her nieces and nephews would always be at all my games at the local parks, King Park, Lindale Park, Powderhorn. Like, we lived in the same areas. And then as the older kids came around, and I think did Kimmy and those, they moved away. They moved away about a year after I came to prison. And that's when like the older kids moved in and at the boxing gym, the Circle of Discipline, what it's now called the Circle of Discipline. It used to be called Golden Gloves Boxing. And they just started kind of like, I guess you can say, grooming me. I'll give you $100 if you can knock that guy out in 2 punches. And, they would just come into the gym and watch me box, buy me shoes, stuff like that. Come to the park and watch my football games and see how fast I can run down the field as a guy. I was 215 pounds at 15. And, they want to see oh, look how fast you can run. Look how powerful you are. I played baseball, and they would come, I bet you can't hit a home run. I'll give you $100 if you can. But they were just, and looking back at it, they were grooming me. They were grooming me to get used to dealing with them. And then, the grooming grew until eventually I had a gun in my hand and I'm, doing bad stuff. And looking back at that, Aunt Lisa and them, there was never, you couldn't bring garbage around. She was a Minneapolis police officer, first of all. And so I would go to her house and he had to take my shoes off at the door, swearing in the house, sit down and watch cartoons. Or do you guys need money? How about you help out? It's always respect. Okay, it was always about respect.
It goes way back.
It goes back to well before prison. And then about a year, I say when I was 14, they moved somewhere, and it was like all of my childhood friends dropped away. It was just like all these people that I had in the community, all my family moved back to and I was just in the community by myself. And then I reached out to her. I knew that I couldn't just reach out to her over the years, while I was still doing all this negativity. When I was doing bad, I was kind of ashamed, to pick up. You can't, come on, Aunt Lisa, you can't pick up the phone and still be in the hole, So
I'm going to give Ms. Clements a thank you for being here today. Really appreciate it. I'd like to give you an opportunity to weigh in and provide your thoughts regarding the changes that you've seen in Mr. Williams over time and just your thoughts on this whole process.
If I could start, thank you everybody for allowing me to be here. This is my first time ever doing anything like this, and I don't take it light. We thought he moved away. Even though we left, there were still some of our nieces and nephews in the area, but we thought he moved away with his dad because we knew his mom had passed away. So it was a shocker to me getting a call from this prison over a year ago now, about a year.
In 2022, 23, beginning of 23.
When he first called, I kept rejecting the call because I was like, who would be calling me from prison? And then I finally said something to one of my nieces, and she said, that's Adrian, little Adrian from when you lived on First Avenue. And that's when I started accepting his calls. And he said he had seen me, he had heard about my organization, but he didn't know it was mine until he saw me on the news. And from there, I asked him if I could be his mentor. So I've been his mentor through phone conversations. I read up on the case, and I really do feel bad that I didn't recognize those signs that he was going through something, and I was a cop at the time. So I really do feel bad about that. But I do believe in second chances. And he right away admitted what he did. He owned it, and those things matter to me. Anybody who knows me, that matters to me. He's doing exactly what we want young people to do when they're incarcerated, and that's transforming his life. The fact that he went to school, that mattered to me. And the fact that he's set to graduate, that mattered. Or that he wants to take the LSATs, that matters to me. So those are the real reasons that I'm here. But I have set some things in motion for him so that he is successful when he's released from here. I have prayer in my heart that is what's going to happen. I have employment set for him, not just with my organization, but with an organization called the Agape Movement. They are a group of young men and women who have been inside the prison system, but transformed their lives. Many of them own their own businesses. So he would be working for them doing landscaping, but he would also be working for me. I'm a boots on the ground organization, but he would be introduced into that slowly. He will have mental health training. It is required of everybody who comes to my employment. De-escalation training. He will be required to go through that training. I just don't take being here lightly, but I do think he will be a success. We are looking for housing for him under reentry. So I just want to make sure everything is ready. So I've already started the path, if you don't mind. I've already started that path to make sure that he is successful. But if you have direct questions, I'm ready to answer them.
Thank you so much, and thank you so much for being here.
Yes.
Any other questions for either Mr. Williams or for Ms. Clemens before we give Mr. Williams a chance to make a final comment before some deliberation? All right.
I just have one, really, I just want to make sure I understand. Did you take the LSAT, or you are planning to take the LSAT?
You have to submit, you have to answer these questionnaires. You have to submit your personal story before because you're getting grant. If I'm get accepted for the program, I get a 200.
So it's for the grant, not for the LSAT.
Yeah, no, we're taking the LSATs. They're going to decide because
I understand. I'm trying to make sure, because there's no personal statement required to take the LSAT.
No, it's for the grant. You're right.
There might be one for a grant to be able to take the LSAT. That's what I'm just trying to understand.
They're trying to weed out who they decide to give it's only 2 people they can pick each year, this organization that comes into the facility. So they're very careful on who they decide to give it to. And they want to make sure they got people that's serious.
And that's great. I'm just trying to understand. Yeah. So you've applied for a grant. Do you know when when you're supposed to find out about that grant for the money to pay for the LSAT?
They're getting back to me. They said they will be getting back to us. They just got it was due yesterday. So they should be getting back to us next month about who's getting the 2 people that gets accepted or takes the LSAT, and then who gets the best score from there gets the grant.
Great. Thank you. That's what I need to know. Thanks.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. Before we begin the deliberation, anything that you would like to say as a final comment, Mr. Williams?
Yeah. First of all, thanks for coming. This can't be easy. This ain't easy for me. This is not easy for Aunt Lisa. This is something that I'm not taking lightly. I mean, there's a lot going on to this, situation. I've been through a lot. We'll spend 2-3 days of just discussing this if I was to break down each element of what I've been through and what it takes to get through something like this and still come out with a level head, It's a lot that I look forward to doing. I don't want this to be my life. This isn't something I want to continue doing. And if you should decide to let me out of here, it's like, I want nothing more than that. And I'm not taking that lightly by no means. There's no level of shame in admitting that point. I don't have this bravado of this lack of vulnerability for admitting that I just want to be out of here. I want this level. I want to move on with life. I've been here since I was 15 years old. 15, and this isn't. I don't know. I personally believe in God, and that's just me. And I don't know what makes me stronger to keep dealing with this and keep a level head. I'm shocked at some of the things that because I got friends that just they don't step up to the plate, and they don't have a fraction of the time that I have in or to do. I got people in here right now, and I just try to keep it moving and keep things within. And it's hard. It's hard to survive in here. It's not easy. It's not by any means. I just want to keep it moving. And I thank you guys for coming and considering it. I really appreciate that,
Thank you. All right. With that, I'm going to close the discussion. During board discussion and deliberation, the board will not entertain any questions or allow interruptions. And with that, I would just open it up to the board for observations, thoughts, perhaps ideas around next steps.
The notes I took from reading the book of documents is that it's been recommended slow transition is highly recommended. I'm not sure what that means exactly, but to be important.
Well, I'm just a little concerned about the lack of empathy toward the person he and the family members. And maybe, we didn't ask the right questions. I don't know.
Other thoughts? I just want to say I don't diminish for a minute the age with which when he went in and what that does. I just have to say that though that we have people that have come in and this is his own journey and he gets judged on his own journey. At the same time, we do see people who come in and we are not dealing with things that we're dealing with at this stage of the game in incarceration, and that's troubling. So on the one hand, you see a lot of this really demonstrable ability around his school success and so forth. He talks about not this level of not wanting to convey this level of bravado, but I think that is exactly how I think some have regarded. That's certainly sometimes how I see him come across, and I think that's troubling, and that speaks to I think some of that need to kind of go slow. I don't think there's I think here we have a man who's still young and has a future, has things, but I don't know what that is going to take, but I think the level of insight and empathy that is demonstrated, and I think on the one hand the kind of separating what he was and who he is, sometimes still it seems hard for me to distinguish in terms of and we saw a little bit of this even in I think some of the media account was this is what I was, this is who I was. We had the fastest growing gang in the Twin Cities and some of that kind of stuff. And then, everybody that was inside is here. And, just some of these things that, I'm not disputing the facts of that. I have no idea. But what's the point? What's the point at this stage of the game when it comes to speaking to some of those things? It causes me to wonder, what's behind that, and I wish, and this is probably it won't be a surprise to him. I've said this before that I really would like him to have, given his level of obvious smarts, I'd like to see him gain more insight into others and how he affects others and how he can come across. And I think that's challenging. I think even the example he provided where Lisa had challenged him around his comments around the LSAT was just a great example of just we're talking about other people here, right? And just checking it. And I think that's going to be important for him. But the question really becomes how does he gain that level of insight? How does he do that if he can't do it inside?
Mm-hmm.
I'm just troubled and concerned about his ability to do it on the outside, and that's where I sit.
I think that's kind of the conundrum, because he goes in at 15 in a place that I wouldn't imagine it's easy to be vulnerable, which is where you learn empathy and, by being vulnerable, and that's where you learn your humility and all that kind of business. So he's had to shore that up at a very early age. So he has, and I'm sorry to be talking about you like you're not here, but, so he's further developed his intellectual capacity, his competitiveness in that way, his leadership ability, in those sorts of ways. That means he's sort of out of balance then. I think we experience that out of balance, that we're not hearing enough heart We're not hearing enough compassion about other people. I'm not hearing about what he wants. I know what Ms. Clemens does in the community, and I'm hopeful for her mentoring of him, because she's definitely about contributing to community. I'm not hearing that from him. Now, I don't know. I mean, that's the thing. Can he work that muscle inside, or does he need to be out where people are giving him, where he has that experience and where he could be vulnerable, and so that's my sense. It's one of those things is where your strength is your weakness. Plenty articulate, plenty bright, and boy, underdeveloped in the ways of the heart.
And how does that impact recidivism in the community, or does it, or doesn't it? I don't know.
So we have the whole, because we're at this point in time, we have to really focus on this side of it. What thoughts do people have, if any, about? I recognize the conundrum, I think, as it was described, but what does this look like?
Commissioner, I think the key question that I don't understand the answer to is what resources inside the facility would there be, or inside the whole department would there be to get him to the point that there'd be a greater comfort level, that he was empathetic, that he could, because I see him as having developed kind of from the outside in. He's got all these things that he's accomplished, but he hasn't really developed from the inside out. And so he's motivated by trying to make a list, a long resume, but it's almost like he's trying to prove himself, but he doesn't really have the insight.
So I think I think probably it would be a range of things. One of the things I know that he's done sort of justice stuff. That's one of the ways that sometimes people can gain some of that. But also even things like some of the therapeutic stuff that could be done as well, where we've done one-on-one work where we've, as part of this process, have referred people into one-on-one or at least made that available to them. Something that on our side, the department side, we would say we would make available if they were so requested to participate in that. To engage with the therapist, to talk about these things, to both get and receive feedback, and to develop a strategy around how that happens on in the living milieu. Kind of how does that occur? The other thing that I wonder about sometimes a little bit is he was moved from Leonard to Faribault, and part of this has been. One of the things that happens a lot of times, for many of us, we left, we may have gone to school or not, gotten a job, lived with an apartment, moved in with friends. We may have had different living experiences. And so one of the things that when we made the move from Lionel to Faribault is about, again, changes of scenery, management of that. But that could also be one of the ways that you do that. And then, he establishes that network of a therapist or whatever this looks like. And it allows a little bit of some of that, both managing change again, and one and two, also establishing kind of a different kind of way forward in a different community. Not that he may not know people that he's been with at different times, but those are different ways that program could be looked at. But oftentimes one-on-one is one of the ways. And then I think there could be ways that, in a more thoughtful or planful way, engaging with some of the community mentors that he has, Lisa and others, around how are there ways that he could receive that kind of feedback, so that, that as part of this process, they are really activated and engaged in that process. I guess would be some of the thoughts and, how staff would structure that, I think would be up to then. I don't know, Becky, if you have other thoughts, like program-wise.
I think that, first of all, the therapists and the behavioral health therapists that he sees could make recommendations, which I think would be really helpful. But then it might be going back to readdress things like, yes, you can do restorative justice, which is always good. But there are some other decision skills, I believe it's called. Decision points. That seems to benefit some. So that might be an option. So that it does come. We've seen it before. Sometimes it takes a little longer than we expect.
The other thing I would say is some of the facilities are, one of the things that, you'll, I think, hear as the longer we go here, but is that you go to certain facilities and sometimes, the lifer community, the longer term community, for instance, at Moose Lake, they have and I think we heard that a little bit in one of the hearings earlier today, right? They have a really robust kind of, community around working together and some of that building character programming and those sorts of things where there's a lot of feedback given to each other. And these are oftentimes people who are have been, long-term incarcerees and have had many experiences of coming in and having lots of the first 15 years being pretty rough or very rough, and some challenges along the way. But then, navigating kind of what does it mean to be a member of community that is really focused on the good stuff, so to speak.
And there was a suspension from Lifer Group, so it might be good to go back and have a conversation with others about that.
So I mean, I just am laying all these different things out just to give a sense of what things are maybe available.
What are our options? Help me.
I think right now we would be looking at, obviously the options would be certainly we could look at a granting of parole and setting a date. I'm not hearing that that's where people are at. On the deny side would be a continuance, and really what does that look like? How long, and then what's included in that is really the kind of the conversation that we're having. Certainly that could range from all these programs to a move to whatever. It could also include, the board can do whatever, recommend whatever it would like, even in terms of things like step down. I would just caution from my perspective, just that, stabilization and demonstrating some stability becomes one of the important things. And I'm not talking about forever here, but I'm talking about how do we see some demonstration of stability as it relates to some of these things that I think he's struggled with over the last, since we first saw him in whatever it was, 2020, 2019, I can't remember that exactly.
Yep.
But
I would encourage you, no matter what, to allow him to complete his education in August.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Well, I'll move that we deny parole. And then if there's a second, then I think the discussion about what happens next would be worthwhile. So I'll just make that motion.
So deny it with a continuance?
Well, I don't think we're there yet. I think we can just
figure out what that looks like.
Yeah,
Is that what you're kind of suggesting?
just put the motion out there and then see what happens.
So is there a second on a motion to deny at this stage and then to talk through kind of what the framing of that looks like?
I'm comfortable seconding that.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. So the discussion, what are the nuances of this? I think what we're looking at here is what's the continuance? What are the things that members of the board would recommend he participate in, or the things that the department may look at, whether it's movement or whatever it could be that you think would be beneficial?
I think what would not be very beneficial would be programs that are intellectual. He aces all that. I think anything that would, and I think the group kind of stuff that you talked about, where you're in community and you're really building, some amount of accountability and feedback with one another. And then any kind of one-to-one, he's got complex childhood trauma too. Lots of stuff happened before the event that needs to get kind of sorted out. I would think, is a way to lead your way to that sort of internal insight about your emotional life, how you relate to others, how you bring people close to you, how people might move away from you. So that kind of inner work, understanding parts of yourself would be.
I really like the suggestion too about, to the degree possible, pulling in his mentors. Like Lisa, like Shane. I mean, they will have much more influence than a lot of folks.
Yeah. You work with staff in terms of figuring out what a plan would look like. Obviously, one of the things that would be standard is to remain discipline-free. That has not always been super easy either here, but maybe, and it would just be something that, I would, certainly within the authority of the department to affect a move, I would probably be inclined to do that just for a number of reasons, but I just on my level, I would be inclined to make a move, a transition move. To a different facility.
Custody remains the same?
Yeah, medium custody.
How long would it take to accomplish all that? Could it be done in 2 years? I'm weighing how long he's already been in, the age he is, versus, these things which I think would help assure success. But how long does that take? Can it be done in 2 years? I'd like to see a shorter timeline for him.
What about a year? Can we just do a year?
We can do a year. It's going to take us some time. He's got to finish school. He's going to have to effect a transfer. That gets to be tough because it's just, we want to make sure he gets done with his higher ed programming where he's at, and because that's really key, I think, to have that done. So that's a year gets to be really tough. A year.
So two.
I think two is something that we could then work with the school and get a transfer done and give them some time to plant and land a little bit, and then see them at that point in time. That's what I'm hearing.
A broader range of assessments, especially the interview.
Yeah, we'll pull the original, because you didn't see, when I look back, you don't see the original assessment as well, which was done in late 2022 for the 2023 hearing, I believe. And so that was when the interviews, all the interviews were done, like in December or something of 2022, I believe, or 2023. So we'll get that to you as well. All right, so we have a basic motion of denial, but just I guess to frame this up, if we were to do this, it would be motion continuance for denial with a continuance for two years with really kind of more of the insight or kind of personal reflection, programs of the heart, for lack of a better word. I don't know how to best describe that. I think you were kind of describing it. One-on-one counseling or therapy, continuation, trying to find ways to develop and bringing in that community mentors as part of the feedback side, obviously completing his higher education programming, because I think that's something I would certainly want to support and him as something that he's done quite well at, and we'd like to see him complete. And then remaining discipline free would be also a condition of that as well. So those would be the things that I'm hearing. Anything else anybody would suggest? I would go back to the original motion.
I'm sorry,
Yeah,
can I?
go ahead.
So I guess I'm uncomfortable with 2 years. Mr. Williams in 2022 came before the parole board, and he got 2 years, and he did not complete all of his directives, including did not remain discipline free. He has not, that the reports from therapy that he just started less than a year ago are not talking about the internal change that he has made. He has not completed or done much of the carry guide tools. These were things that were recommended before, and Mr. Williams has not done them. And so I guess I'm concerned about doing another 2 years. I'm not sure what the difference is going to be for these 2 years. I might be more comfortable with for a longer period of time with an off ramp in 2 years if he completes all of the recommendations. But at this point, at this time, he's not completed the recommendations from 2022. So I'm not really understanding why we would only be doing another 2 years.
Other members have thoughts. Let me just put any reactions to what Ms. Alexander is raising as a concern or question.
You want discussion about that?
Yeah, just in terms
I think the thing for me is the fact that Mr. Williams was incarcerated at the age of 15, which kind of puts a stop on some developmental stuff in my understanding. And so I do give him, what would the thing be? And I've said it already, but I think he has excelled in some areas and is underperforming in others, partly because his development has been delayed by being incarcerated. So I think 2 years to, double down on some of this internal work that will just really get it started, and we'll need to continue into the community, as Ms. Clemens has talked about, what she would have waiting for him. So
my only comment on this, and I certainly respect the opinions that have been brought forward. I tend to agree with Raina's perspective, in part because if he completes the work in 2 years, it allows for an off ramp. But if it's not, it reduces the impact on the victims of having to come back and testify. And I think that re-victimization piece. And one of the things for me that has really been absent throughout this entire conversation is any talk of the victim. Any talk of the victim. So I would support Raina's recommendation of adding an additional year with an off ramp for 2 years if he is able to meet the expectations that have been laid out.
So I would just, unless others have thoughts, or I would turn to the original motion maker to see if there would be a willingness to kind of look at the range of this, or how you might feel. You don't certainly have to do anything more in terms of what that recommendation is, but any thoughts on?
Well, I would add a friendly amendment, because I do think the concerns raised are valid. So I'm not tied to the 2 years. I like the idea, though, of the off-ramp in 2 years, if that helps.
So in essence, what it would be is it's a 3-year continuance with a 2-year possibility, assuming that the conditions that have been laid out by the board have been met. Is that what I'm hearing? So there is a motion, and then I would just go to Mr. Struffi. Would you support that as a second?
Supported.
All right. Having a motion and a second, we'll do a roll call vote of the members. Board Member Alexander.
Yes.
Board Member Bray.
Yes.
Board Member Larson.
Yes.
Board Member Ramstead.
Yes.
Board Member Nelson.
Yes.
And Board Member Strufert.
Yes.
And Schnell is also a yes. 7 ayes, no noes. The motion prevails. Mr. Williams, you will have received there's a continuance of 3 years. You've heard many of the conditions that have been laid in place. We will work departmentally to put in place some of these the recommendations that have been made. We'll work with you and your case manager on that. I hope you hear loud and clear that that there is much recognition of the positive that you do have going on, and that's not diminished here, but that it does there does need to be a real attentional focus, and that's going to be the difference between whether this is a 2-year continuance or a 3. And so I just say that we will also put this in writing and send it to you so you have it in writing as an official record from the board. Okay.
Am I allowed to talk right now?
You're a lot. You could. Well, I'm not going to do that at this stage of the game, because I think if you have a question of clarification about one of the what the expectations are, you can ask that.
Okay.
That's what you want. Clarification.
Yeah, clarification. I need clarification on a couple things, if that's okay. Mrs. Alexander, your screen is far back and I can't see. I think it's Mrs. Alexander. You commented about the carry guides. I completed those as far as they go.
Okay, here's what we're not going to do. We're not going to get it. Listen. We're not going to get into discussing issues around that. If you want to have a conversation about the expectations that have been put in place, we'll answer questions about that. We're not going to get into debating things about carry guides or anything else. Okay.
I wanted to just see how far things were going, to clarifying what other carry guides there were, and I wanted to know, like, if I did the decision points like I currently did, do you want me to do it again?
Okay, so we will get through all that stuff. We will lay out all of those expectations to you in writing. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Ms. Clement, Lisa.
First, I want to make sure that everybody knows I'm a victim's advocate. So that's usually the side that I'm on in community, period. So I thank you for bringing up that it wasn't enough conversation about victim. How can we in community make sure that he's a success? Because the balance comes from being in community, not being incarcerated. So how can we in community be helpful inside here to make sure that he is a success? Because we're talking about 2 more years, but he's still not going to have the balance that he would get in community. So is there a halfway house option, or how can community make sure he's successful? Because he's still going to be behind these walls with the prison system.
So I think one of the things we talked about was that we'll work with the staff in terms of figuring out what that would look like, is because I think you're right in terms of engagement with community, and trying to make sure that opportunity exists and that those connections are built and strengthened while he's in. I would say that there are places where there is strong community even within the facility. I'm not saying it's the same as the community that exists outside the walls, but we do see communities within the prison community that are quite supportive, quite successful, and really both provide accountability and support to each other. And that's really, kind of one of the ways that there's a level of demonstration. But your point's not lost, Ms. Clemens. I think we will work with some staff to try and figure out what that looks like in terms of how we do some inside out work in terms of connection with community on the outside.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
This was nice to be able to hear the conversation. I just want to thank you for that. This was just nice to be able to hear the conversation.
Yeah, thank you for that.
Well,
I just whatever you got planned for me, I'm okay with. I don't want you guys to think, I'm all right. I just don't want it to get I don't want it to get in the way of completing the possible law school program that comes to Faribault because they don't participate in other facilities. So with your decision in as far as transportation or moving me around, just would you please for me at least consider that if I do get accepted and pass the LSAT, I don't want that to be interrupted by way of a transfer to another facility. Or if I do get transferred to another facility, I would like to be sure if I do get accepted into the law school program, that it'll be.
So we will have this conversation with you as we go forward. Okay. I wish you the best of luck. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, guys. This is pretty much the last hearing for this parole board hearing. Really appreciate you guys tuning in. We'll be back in the morning with a live Board of Parole hearings in Connecticut at 6 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. Anyhow, you are watching at Collect Call From, and like I say around here, life's like a candle. Once you blow it out, it's lights out. And with that, we are out. A rato.